The googly eyes on my child's art project moved the other day. I watched them as they moved from left to right and back again. At one point during their cycle, they both stopped in the middle of their domed enclosures, like the eyes were looking back at me. It sounds completely absurd. It felt absurd confirming with myself that these black dots were actually moving. The googly eyes are glued on a clay cup that over the last week she'd painted, put it in a kiln. When my daughter brought it home, we put the eyes on. She was supposed to fill it with her favorite drink and bring it to school the next day. My daughter didn't notice it. I felt for vibrations or any sort of explanation for what I'd seen. But if I'd been honest with myself, I knew the obscure way those black circles drifted up and then back and forth, like they did. They weren't going to be the result of my daughter's knee bumping the table. It made me incredibly anxious. When the dots floated back down, I grabbed a bunch of cocoa packets, stuffed them in the cup, and then stuffed it into her backpack. She'd be bringing it back to school the next day, so I tried not to think any more about it after that. But today, she brought the cup back home. I shouldn't have been surprised, or at least I should have acted like I wasn't as surprised. When she pulled it out of her backpack this afternoon, well, have you ever accidentally said something out loud that you thought you were thinking? I don't know how to explain it, but in my defense, I was caught off guard, and I really didn't know how uncomfortable it made me until I was face to face with the googly eyes again. I accidentally blurted out, "No, Taylor, why'd you bring that home again?" Then I thought, "No, Judy, you just said that out loud. Recover, recover. She's looking at you. Say something quick." So I go, "Why'd you bring that home again? Because all my other cups are going to get jealous that I'm drinking from this one every day." Boom, mic drop. Her eyes lit up with excitement, and now I'm dreading having my morning coffee in it tomorrow. I've considered breaking it, talked to my partner about it. He doesn't think that I should break it. He thinks I'm overreacting. I think I could possibly be saving us from a demonic poltergeist, but oh well. He's not a skeptic either. This isn't the first time our girl has brought some miscellaneous item with something attached to it home. It's like the spirits are attracted to her. I don't like it. The first time she brought home a stuffed goose that she'd picked out of a pile of stuffed animals at the state fair. The night I came home with us, things started happening around the house. I'd hear footsteps in other rooms when I was the only one home, and the stuffed goose would randomly appear in different places, even after I'd consciously remembered putting it somewhere else. Every time I'd see it out of place in the house, I'd just grab it again and walk it back into Taylor's room. These things I could ignore. They weren't big enough to throw me off my routine, although I did hate finding that goose everywhere. It felt intrusive. As much as I tried to ignore it, I couldn't get rid of the sense that I was being spied upon in my own home. I think the more I ignored it, the more its insistence for acknowledgement intensified. That's the only way I can describe it. For example, originally when I'd find the goose in different places, it would be on the floor. Then I'd start finding it on the couch and tables around the house. Then finally one night I'm crawling into bed, and as I'm getting under the sheets, the back of my legs feel the unmistakable prickly fur of the stuffed goose. I screamed. It woke up my partner, and it made the neighbor's dog bark. But I'd had enough, and that dog always barks at any time of the night without my help, so I didn't feel bad about that either. I marched that goose directly outside and straight to the trash. As I'm walking out the door, I see my partner in the living room. I ask what he's doing down there, as I could have sworn I'd just seen him in bed a second ago. That realization made me physically sick when it left my mouth, and extra urgent to get that stuffed goose out of the house. I couldn't wait for his response. I ran past him, out the door, to trash it. My partner followed me out and asked me if I had just come from our bedroom upstairs. I tell him, yes, I was just getting into bed, and I found this goose, decided I hated it, and wanted to throw it in the garbage. He looked pale, His eyes looked like they were filling with tears. He goes, I was in bed, but I heard you calling my name from downstairs. He pauses to ask me again, almost pleading with me that I was messing with him. But I promised. He tells me that it was my voice calling him, telling him to come downstairs, although he knew deep down that I was in the shower upstairs. The voice he heard was so convincing that he followed it downstairs. In our house, there is a small hallway that you have to walk through from the bottom of the stairs to the living room. He says that he saw what he thought was me turning the hallway corner into the living room, but he couldn't find me when he got there, and he nearly had a full-on heart attack when I came running up behind him, looking crazed with a stuffed goose. It was a draining experience for us both. I had the chance to tell him all the crazy stuff that had happened with the goose, and that's where I thought all the energy was coming from. The next morning, when Taylor asked where it was, I told her that the goose was infested with bugs, so we had to throw it out. Not my best, but the latter was telling her that it was infested with the devil. Taylor's asleep now. I passed by her bedroom a few moments ago, saw her curled up under the covers, breathing softly, safe. The mug is still on the kitchen counter. I tried moving it to the cabinet earlier, just to get it out of my sight. But I only made it a few steps before something inside of me said nope. Back on the counter it went. I can't keep it, but I also can't just throw it in the trash, not like the goose. She made this thing. She was proud of it. She watched it come to life with paint and glitter and a gallon of glue, even with the eyes. And I saw her face when I joked about all the other mugs being jealous. I gave her that moment. I can't rip it away now. At least, not in a way that she'll notice. So I've been brainstorming. Maybe it accidentally falls off the shelf tomorrow. Maybe it gets a chip and becomes too sharp to keep. Maybe it goes into a donation box and finds its way to a very unlucky thrift store. But it has to go. I know how this starts. Small things, subtle shifts, feelings you try to ignore, until one night you find yourself questioning your own reality while your partner insists nothing is wrong, and your daughter is calling out from her room, saying she saw something move in the hallway. I'd rather deal with the disappointed 6-year-old than open that door again. And I know this sounds crazy, but the longer it stays, the more I can feel it. Not just the movement of the eyes, but something else. Like it's aware of me, the way I'm aware of it. Like it's waiting for me to slip up, let my guard down. No, I've learned my lesson. The mug has to go. Quietly, carefully, before whatever's inside decides to stay. I've never actually seen a ghost. No shadow figures, no faces in the mirrors, nothing like that, but I don't think I need to. What happened in that apartment, my apartment, was more than enough to convince me that something was seriously, deeply wrong there. When I first moved in with my ex, we didn't think much of the place. It was older, kind of creaky, but it was cheap and close to work. Win-win, right? Friends and family would come by and immediately they would say that something felt off, that the energy was heavy or weird. And honestly, that might seem rude if we didn't completely agree. We chalked it up to the age of the building, maybe the poor lighting. We found a way to laugh it off. For a while, it was just little things. Lights flickering on and off, stuff falling off of counters. The usual stuff that you can tell yourself is just electrical problems, or maybe you set something down too close to the edge. But then it got worse. Way worse. There was one night that still makes my stomach drop when I think about it. I was home alone, just getting ready for bed. I had this long scarf, nothing fancy, just one of those knit ones with little tassels at the bottom, and I had it draped over the top of the bathroom door earlier in the day. As I was walking past the door, something caught my eye. The bottom half of the scarf was lifted, suspended at an angle. Not the whole thing, just the bottom half, including the tassels, held out like someone was pulling it up mid-air and holding it perfectly still. It didn't wave like a draft hit it. It didn't fall right away. It just hung there, tilted, defying gravity for a good 2 or 3 seconds, and then it dropped. I stood there, frozen. I didn't even go into the bathroom. I just stared at the door like if I looked long enough I'd see something there. I didn't, but that was kind of the theme with this place. I never saw anything, I just felt it. That night, I couldn't take it. I threw on my shoes and jacket and walked outside the building, trying to convince myself I was overreacting. I made it halfway down the block before I started crying, full panic mode. I called my grandma and begged her to come get me. There was another time, a totally different night, when my friend and I were outside the building smoking a cigarette. We were just hanging out, talking about nothing, when suddenly we heard what sounded like absolute chaos coming from my apartment. I'm talking chairs being dragged or thrown, shelves being knocked over, bangs against the wall, not just creaks or footsteps, thrashing, like someone was inside tearing the place apart. I dropped my cigarette and ran. We sprinted up the stairs to my door, flung it open, and everything was still. Not just still, untouched. Every chair was where it should be. The shelves were fine. Not a single thing was out of place. I even checked the other units in the building, which was kind of pointless because I was the only person living there at the time. Every other unit was locked and unoccupied. It got to the point where I couldn't even watch scary movies anymore. I used to love paranormal stuff, ghost hunting shows, spooky YouTube videos, all of it. But near the end of my time in that apartment, I wouldn't even say the word ghost out loud while I was there. It felt like acknowledging it gave it permission. It wasn't until after I moved out that I watched Paranormal Activity at a friend's house. I didn't even make it halfway through the movie. I had to leave the room. Not because it was scary, but because I felt that feeling, that weight in the chest, that cold, creeping dread that had followed me around that apartment. The noises, the objects moving, the weird electrical surges, the physical scratches I woke up with more than once. It all came back. I haven't experienced anything like that since I left. Not a single weird sound, no flickering lights, no goosebumps in the middle of the night for no reason. Whatever it was, it stayed behind, and I hope to God it stays that way. I'm a pilot, and I've been flying for years. Nothing fancy, mostly small aircrafts, regional stuff. You get used to the weirdness of the sky, strange reflections, weird cloud formations, the occasional optical illusion that makes you do a double take. You learn not to overreact. But there was this one time that still sticks with me. I was flying solo, just a routine trip, middle of the day, clear skies, smooth air, one of those perfect flying days. I was cruising at a few thousand feet over a pretty rural area, forested with patches of farmland here and there, the kind of terrain that you might go 20 minutes without seeing more than a single farmhouse. And then I saw something, not a farmhouse. At first, it looked like a weird orange glow above the treetops. I thought maybe it was sunlight hitting something reflective, maybe a piece of farming equipment or, hell, even a bonfire, some kind of flare. But as I got closer, I realized this thing wasn't on the ground. It was hovering and moving. Not in a straight line or anything predictable. It was bouncing. That's the best way I can describe it. Like one of those rubber balls on an elastic string, kind of flitting around, stopping suddenly, jerking to one side, dipping and rising. Definitely not the smooth glide of a drone or the slow float of a balloon. Just bouncing. I watched it for a solid minute, trying to make sense of it, and eventually figured I should call it in, just in case. So I radioed ATC and asked if they had anything showing up on their radar around my position. They came back with a negative. Nothing in my vicinity. That kind of raised a red flag. They asked what I was seeing, so I gave them the short version. Bright orange light, maybe a little bigger than a car, moving erratically above the trees. They paused for a moment, told me they had no military exercises scheduled and no weather balloons in the area. That's when the thing, whatever it was, suddenly shot straight up. No curve, no fade, just a dead vertical line into the sky. And then it was gone. Clean. Instant. I radioed again. Said, "It's gone now." They came back with, "Would you like to file a UFO report?" I actually laughed. "No thanks. Probably just a weather balloon or something," I said. And I swear I could hear the amusement or maybe the relief on the other end. But here's the thing. I know it wasn't a weather balloon. I've seen balloons, flares, drones, aircrafts, and I've dealt with strange lighting and weird reflections and everything else that can throw your brain off when you're a few thousand feet in the air. That wasn't any of those things. It was something else. But I didn't file a report. I didn't want my name attached to something like that. Not in an official capacity. The FAA tends to be understanding, but you never know who's reviewing your file down the road. The last thing I needed was someone questioning my judgment or grounding me because I saw something I can't explain. Still, it's been a few years now, and I think about it all the time. We always say that we know less about the ocean than we do about space, but at least the ocean, as vast as it is, has edges, borders, a bottom. The sky just keeps going. And whatever that thing was, it came from somewhere up there. When I was 19, I jogged everywhere, partly because I was a poor college student who couldn't afford books or a car. I also enjoyed being in shape enough to do that. But isn't that just the poor girl masking? I didn't want a car. I liked walking places. Anyway, I'm on a jog. My destination is the store, and my trip is without constraints, free of any roads or traffic lights to direct me where to go. My trip takes 20 minutes longer than driving, and it's cold, but again, no traffic lights beaming their fascist red, yellow, green nonsense. I'll take the interurban bike trail on foot any day. The sun was shining that morning. Walking through the trail, I looked up into the trees and spotted a dove with the whitest feathers I'd ever seen. It was perched on a branch, staring down and watching me as I passed underneath it. As the trail twisted and turned, it wound through residential parks, lakes, and a golf course. My walk to the store didn't take me all the way to the golf course, but it did take me through a few residential parks. To separate the trail from everything else, there was a tree line along the path. On the other side of a few of these large pine trees, there was a grassy clearing that looked like it could have been out of a movie. The sun reflected off the morning dew on the grass. I'd walked past this park almost daily, but for some reason that day, its picturesque beauty was noteworthy. I hadn't planned on leaving the trail, but then I saw another white dove. This one was in the clearing, bouncing around in the grass. Then, a rabbit ran past the dove. Its fur also had a vivid white shine. It almost collided with the dove as it skittered past. If I wanted to see further into the clearing, I had to leave the bike path and walk through a row of trees and unkept brush. And I was so entranced by seeing all these animals together like this, I had to see if there were more of these albino animals hanging out in the clearing. When I fully crossed over, I saw a man standing next to a large wooden trunk in the middle of the clearing. He hadn't seen me yet. As I was approaching from behind, he stood next to his trunk. He would occasionally lean into it, his feet almost leaving the ground as he reached to the bottom. He wasn't a tall man, but the trunk he was reaching into was exceptionally large. Every time he did this, he would pull out another all-white rabbit or dove, and then release it into the grass or toss it into the sky to fly away. I followed one of the dove's flight paths with my eyes, and that's where I saw that all of the trees around had doves on their branches, at least a dozen or more scattered across them. Scattered around the clearing were more empty black cages with their doors propped open, their inhabitants long gone. When he finished, he closed the lid of the trunk and sat on it with his hands clasped in his lap. The animals he'd let go of were beautiful, but what concerned me was the idea of these foreign species messing up the ecosystem of the park. The rabbits in particular. They would multiply, and less than a year later their offspring had indeed become a fixture in this park. I walked right up to him. He was facing away from me, and he jumped when I said, "Excuse me." Before the man turned around, he snapped back in a gruff tone, saying he'd already apologized to my dad for the incident, and he couldn't give refunds. The comment made no sense to me, and I lost my train of thought regarding the animals. "What?" I asked. That's when he turned to look over his shoulder at me. "You from the party?" he asked. "No, I'm from over there," I said, pointing to the bike path about 20 meters away. Then I remembered why I was talking to him. "I saw you releasing those animals from the bike path, and I wanted to know what you were doing." The abrasive tone he'd initially started with softened as he introduced himself. His name was Abbott, and he was a self-proclaimed, world-renowned illusionist who had once shared the stage with the greats like David Copperfield, Penn and Teller, and a few Italian-sounding names I didn't know. While Abbott sat atop his magician's trunk, going on about his accolades, he gestured for me to come sit next to him without skipping a beat. He was an older man who I thought, in that moment, just needed someone to talk to. He wore a fitted, theatrical black tux with a white undershirt, a large red bow tie. It looked intentionally too big for his small stature. It was easy to imagine Abbott using his height as an advantage during his routine. Before I approached him, it was almost comically inviting to watch him lean so far into the trunk, trying to pull the cages out. There was an open stepladder I used to climb up and sit on the trunk. I scooted close enough to hear him, but I wasn't invading his personal space. Abbott hadn't stopped talking about the golden age of magic when I noticed a few of the rabbits still hopping around a few meters from us. The doves hadn't left the trees either. It was like they didn't know what to do with themselves out of captivity. When Abbott finally paused to take a breath, I asked him why he was releasing all of his animals. "Today was my last performance," Abbott said. "I'm retiring, and it's only fair that they be freed from the shackles of this industry as well." I asked why a world-renowned illusionist would be booked to perform in a podunk town like this. With a spiteful groan, he told me that it was for some rich, ungrateful brat's birthday. The dad had written him a check that would cover his rent expenses for the next 5 to 6 months, enough time for him to figure something else out. I asked if the birthday was really that bad enough for him to quit a job he loved. Abbott was quick to correct me. It was a job he used to love, but the job didn't love him back. Time after time, he thought, this is the performance that will get me noticed. But Copperfield's agents had stopped returning his calls after their contract ended. Abbott still drew crowds on his own in smaller venues, but for a fraction of what other magic acts earned. He blamed his downfall on the rise of live street magic, particularly David Blaine. His theatrical stage style had fallen out of favor. If you weren't already a household name, you were forgotten. We sat side by side, staring into the field, watching as white rabbits and doves wander around. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw him pull something from his coat pocket. When I looked over, Abbott was holding a black pistol and put it into his mouth. My heart stopped as he pulled the trigger over and over, but the gun didn't fire. He glanced at me, then took the gun out of his mouth. "Oh, I'm so sorry," he said. "It's a water pistol. I've topped with Jameson." He offered me a pull, but I respectfully declined, suppressing the terror shakes. I thought I was going to watch him blow his brains out. The whole situation felt like it was leading to that. The releasing of the animals, the angry day drinking, the life story confession. When I saw the gun, I was more like, dang, you're not going to wait until I leave? But Abbott didn't. He stayed alive, at least for the moment, though his behavior was still unsettling. I learned a lot about Abbott in our short time together. I find out he's a proper drunk, that he's been drinking since before the kid's birthday. Abbott had a drinking problem through his whole career, but he also used to huff ether. Out of respect, I'll also mention that he got clean from the ether, but stayed strong with his alcohol consumption. But while he was on all of it, he showed up all messed up to one of his performances at an exhibition hall overseas. It was some big event put on by a royal family. As the competition for magician gigs narrowed, Abbott had begun incorporating more and more dangerous stunts into his routine. The beginning of the act goes as planned, and he's got the crowd in his hands. He'd become so accustomed to performing in his inebriated state that he could have done the first 20 minutes of his set completely faded, which he was. It was only the second part of the performance, the less rehearsed one, that Abbott had problems with. Mainly the trick where he's supposed to cut one of his lovely assistants in half with a long, wobbly handsaw. Spoiler alert, Abbott revealed the basic idea of how the trick works. If you don't want to know and have this trick be ruined for you, I'd skip ahead. So he has two assistants shoved into a box. One only has her upper body out, the other only her lower body. And there's a thin metal gap between them where he puts the saw. Now, the woman with her legs visible, so her upper body's hidden, it's her job to shut the two doors of the table, one hiding her and the latch just outside of her door to conceal her partner before Abbott separates the tables and moves them around. I'm sure you've seen the idea. While Abbott positions the saw above the opening, Assistant 2 is slow to close both doors, though in court, both women would later blame Abbott for not giving the correct verbal signals or time allowed for the women to complete the task. Regardless, Abbott slid the saw down like a guillotine onto the hidden assistant's arm as she was latching the doors. He felt the blade stop, and he thought that it jammed, so he really started to put his weight into it, the sawing, that is. And his efforts were not in vain. The saw did begin to move faster, and soon he was through the box. The audience was the first to see the blood. But they all thought it was part of the show, so they continued to cheer. It was only brought to Abbott's attention that something was wrong when he did the separation bit. That's when he and Assistant 1 saw the other girl hanging out of the box. Her left arm had been sawn completely through, and she was unconscious from the pain. The padding inside the boxes Abbott built with their comfort in mind only muffled the woman's screams and would have alerted them to an emergency. The lady lived and sued Abbott for everything, and nothing was ever at the level he'd previously been at. Nobody would work with him and his act, his tricks. It wasn't a solo gig. Now it was when I met him. Years of degradation eroded his act down to hat and animal magic. parlor tricks for rich, ungrateful kids. He said it paid the bills, but his soul died in the process. Shaking his alcohol pistol in my direction again, he told me, "Don't live to pay the bills. The world doesn't give a fuck about you." I was 19 hearing all of this, and Abbott was both scarring and inspiring me. Then he ruined any goodwill by following it up with, "And I don't give a fuck about you either, bitch. Now get off my trunk." Offended, I instantly hopped off. Abbott did too, landing on the ground at the same time as me. I turned towards him, unsure what to say. He lifted the lid of the trunk that we'd been sitting on, climbed in, and closed it behind him. I stood there, not sure how to handle myself, but he never came back out. I didn't want to stand there all day, staring at the magician's trunk, waiting to tell him that he'd hurt my feelings. No, I decided to call the cops. I don't know what time they did arrive, but when they did, they said they couldn't find the large wooden chest with the purple felt and gold trim like I'd described. All they found were the white doves still perched in the trees. I grew up in a small town in northern Minnesota, the kind of place where the woods start right at the edge of your backyard and stretch on forever. My family wasn't big on technology, so my childhood was mostly spent outside, building forts, climbing trees, and running wild until the sun went down. I was about 10 when my dad decided I was old enough for my first solo camping trip. Not far, just past the creek behind our house, maybe a mile or two in. I'd camped plenty of times before with him and my older brothers, but this was a test, a way to prove I could handle myself. He helped me pack a small tent, a sleeping bag, and just enough food for a night. I wasn't scared. If anything, I was excited. I remember hiking in with no trouble, picking a spot in a small clearing surrounded by tall pines. The trees were thick enough to block most of the sky, but there was still enough moonlight filtering through that I could see without a flashlight. I set up camp, ate a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, and crawled into my sleeping bag feeling pretty proud of myself. Sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up. Not to a sound exactly, more like the absence of sound. The woods are never quiet, not even at night. There's always crickets, owls, rustling of leaves and the wind, but when I opened my eyes, it was dead silent. But then I heard something. I heard someone breathing. It creeped me out because it didn't sound particularly close, but it wasn't far away either. Why could I hear it? Somewhere in the trees, just beyond my line of sight, was something making slow, deliberate inhales and exhales, like whatever it was wanted to be heard. My first thought was a bear. My dad had told me what to do in that situation. Stay still, don't make sudden movements, let it pass. But then, between those heavy breaths, I heard something else. A voice. It was quiet, almost a whisper, but clear enough that I could make out the words. "I see you." Every hair on my body stood up. I don't know how long I lay there, barely breathing, trying to convince myself I'd imagined it. I told myself it's gotta be the wind, maybe even a dream, so I pinched myself. But then, just as I started to believe it could be a dream, the voice came again, closer. "Come out now." I shot up, heart pounding so hard I thought that I might shake the tent. I wanted to run, but every part of me screamed, "Don't move." The zipper on my tent was just inches away, but I couldn't bring myself to reach for it. Then the breathing stopped, and the forest came back to life. Crickets, wind, the distant hoot of an owl, like someone had just flipped a switch. I sat there, frozen, until the first hint of dawn crept through the trees. Only then did I finally gather the courage to unzip the tent and step outside. Nothing was there. No footprints, no broken branches, just the woods, looking the same as they always had. I packed up my things and hiked back home without stopping once. My dad asked how it went. I told him it was fine. I asked him if he'd paid me a visit. He looked at me, confused. I never mentioned the voice. I still don't know what I heard that night. I have spent plenty of time in the woods since then, but I've never camped alone again. Sometimes even now, when I wake up in the middle of the night, if it's silent, it's eerie to me. I need noise. I just think about the slow, deliberate breathing just outside my tent. I was 19 when I finally escaped my parents' constraints, spread my wings, and left the nest. I was terrified. My parents weren't monsters, and they would have let me stay there forever if I wanted. But that's the reason I had to go, you know? I easily could have stayed living in the little mother-in-law apartment downstairs, but I felt my spirit start to wither. Born and raised in the same small coastal town, there's almost a nostalgic feeling to think that you could live like this forever. The population rarely changes through generations. Teachers could recall the antics they witnessed from the parents of my classmates when they taught them years ago. Summer jobs become careers, and you become a manager of a group of kids trying to earn money for school clothes. Simple routines, lacking urgency or accomplishment. Those adorable anchors my friends called babies, it wasn't for me. So first chance I got, I split like a cheap pair of pants, albeit my chance arrived in the form of my aunt destroying her hips, falling down the wooden staircase in her home. Her name was Colleen. She was my mom's older sister that lived alone in a secluded wooded area in New England. From what I'd known about Colleen, she'd burnt every bridge with every other family member she had, but the sisterly bond that she shared with my mom never dissolved. My parents loved Colleen, and so did I, but they both had jobs and couldn't take time off of work to care for her, so I volunteered. In a tragic turn of circumstances, the week after I arrived, Colleen would pass away in her sleep from a brain aneurysm. Instead of taking on the responsibility of getting the house ready to sell, my mom proposed that they take over the deed to the house. I think my mom was excited at the prospect of having the house all to themselves again, as when I came home the first time after Colleen's passing, half of my bedroom had already been packed up. The following weekend, all three of us drove back up to New England to pick up Colleen's ashes and unpack my belongings into the big empty house. I didn't have much when it came to belongings. Everything I owned could fit in the coat closet by the front door. The house was already furnished with frivolous high-end products my lonely aunt would order from her catalogs. The neighborhood was quiet, safe community with a good school district. This was a fact I remember my dad telling me as we set down the last box from the moving truck. It wasn't a big deal, but I was under the impression that we were all going to go out to dinner when we were done unpacking. But instead, my dad says that stuff about the school district and then goes, "So you're good here, right?" I replied in confident agreeance. I did heavily reflect upon why they were so elated for me to go. Could I have been that annoying? Have they only been nice to me for these 19 years because they were obligated to as my parents? No, they wanted to smoke pot. I never knew they were drug bugs, and apparently they weren't for 19 years, but as soon as I leave, they get hooked on the stuff again. So there I was, alone for the first night in this house. I didn't do much, unpacked a little, found a frozen lasagna buried in the freezer that didn't look horrible. I ate it on the couch while watching some terrible reality show, one that Colleen had probably recorded years ago. The place still smelled like her perfume, a powdery floral scent. It reminded me of department store makeup counters. It was strange being there without her. Not necessarily bad, just quiet. Maybe it was too quiet. By midnight, I was getting ready for bed, and I realized I hadn't locked the back door. The house had a sprawling backyard that bled into the woods, and though the town was safe, my mom had drilled into me that unlocked doors were an invitation for trouble. So I patted down the kitchen, flipped on the light, and checked the deadbolt. Locked. I frowned. I swore I hadn't touched it earlier, but I must have. I grabbed a glass from the cabinet and filled it with water, leaning against the counter as I stared out the window above the sink. The backyard was pitch black, the porch light barely illuminating the first few feet of grass before the trees swallowed the rest. The woods were so much darker here than back home on the coast. Less sky, no streetlights, just a wall of blackness stretching endlessly beyond the house. I was about to turn away when something moved. A shadow just past the porch. I caught my breath. I squinted, trying to see through the darkness. It had been quick, just a flicker of movement against the trees. An animal, trick of the light. What light? I thought. Then something moved past the window. I jerked back so fast I nearly dropped my glass. A figure, tall, broad-shouldered, had moved along the side of the house. No flashlight, no sound, just a slow, deliberate stride. My stomach turned to ice. It wasn't my parents. They wouldn't be back until the morning. No neighbors, no expected visitors. Someone was out there. My heart was pounding as I rushed through the house, checking all the doors, flipping off as many lights as I could. I didn't want to see whatever was out there, and I sure as hell didn't want it to see me. But curiosity got the best of me. I crept back toward the kitchen, keeping low, peering out the window at an angle. The yard was still, empty. Maybe I'd imagined it. Then the porch light flickered. For a split second, I saw something at the edge of the yard. Not a person, something else. It was tall, wrong, its arms hanging far too low, its shoulders unnaturally high, its legs bending oddly, like they weren't jointed correctly. And though I couldn't see its face, I knew it was looking at me. The second the light cut out completely, I ducked below the counter. My pulse was hammering in my ears. The house felt impossibly big all of a sudden. Too many windows, too many ways for it to see me. I needed to close the blinds. I moved as fast as I could, yanking down the shades in the kitchen, then the living room, the hallway. My hands were shaking so badly, I fumbled the last one, the cord tangling in my fingers as I struggled to pull it down. And then I heard it, a deep, rhythmic clicking. It came from just outside the glass door. I went still. I practically stopped breathing. The sound I heard wasn't human. It was deliberate, patterned, like a language I didn't understand. I forced myself to move, to shut the last blind, sealing myself in darkness. I stayed crouched on the floor for what felt like hours, barely breathing, waiting for some sound, some sign that it was gone. But the night stretched on, silent, except for the occasional creak of the house settling. Just when I thought it would be safe to move, I'd hear that clicking sound. So I stayed put. And apparently I stayed put for hours, because eventually headlights swept across the driveway. My parents were back. I ran outside to meet them, nearly barreling into my dad. I told them everything about the shadow, the clicking, the way it moved. My dad sighed, rubbing his face. He told me it was probably a deer, maybe an owl. My mom said that I had been alone too long, and my nerves were getting the best of me. They really didn't understand. That night, I laid in bed, staring at the ceiling, trying to convince myself that they were right, that all of it had been my imagination, a trick of the light, an overactive mind. But deep down, I knew it wasn't those things, because as I drifted into uneasy sleep, I swore I heard it again, the same slow, deliberate clicking, somewhere beyond my walls. When it didn't happen for a few days, I decided I was safe, that whatever it was had decided to move on. This was over 4 years ago, and though I've settled into the house quite nicely, I do constantly wonder if and when I'll hear that clicking again. And as much as I don't think I want to know, I still wonder, what was it? My name is Addie, and today's the 10-year anniversary of my sobriety. To celebrate, I wanted to share a story that happened to me about 10 years ago. I was 26 and living in a temporary housing shelter with my friend Monet. To qualify for this housing, you must have no pets, drugs, or weapons on the property. Some of our friends actually said no to the free housing, each for their own personal reasons, most of them being narrowed down to animals or habits they couldn't get rid of or easily conceal. Monet and I had habits that for the most part were hidden very well. Our drugs of choice were alcohol and on occasion a little oxy. Since we snorted the drugs instead of smoking, we didn't have to worry about any suspicious smells either. We were set. It was easy to get past security. Most of the bums working there didn't really care enough to check us, or they felt some kind of way about frisking a woman's body. There was your occasional alpha security guard, usually an older asshole looking to exert his authority. We knew to spot them out, and we would either return clean or wait until their shift ended, which was a bitch most of the time because our plugs didn't like to be out and about in the daylight hours. And they didn't work every night, so we adaptable fiends scheduled our calendars to pick up on odd days, then measured out our stash to last us until the next security switch. The night this happened, it was one of those typical nights. Our plug was the same as always. He hooked us up and we got back to our tiny home, drew all the curtains down real low and salivated over the paper bag holding our belongings. We dig in. How I Met Your Mother is playing on the TV. Before the episode's over, Monet turns the TV off. The mattress where she sleeps sits on the floor almost eye level with me. My sleeping arrangement isn't much better. It's an air mattress that I'd blow up and deflate every day and night. It was better than the hardwood floor of the room, though. I heard a distant sniff in the room, but I decided I was too zonked to bother with more. Then it becomes quiet aside from the distant city traffic. I don't remember when our conversation stopped, but we must have nodded off one after the other. Okay, now, this part chokes me up every time I retell this, and I've only shared it with a few people because of the circumstances and just how heart-wrenching it was to see. When I told my therapist about it, she blamed it on the drugs I was taking. So did my sister when I told her. They, as well as probably most of you, couldn't fully comprehend what it was like. What I got high with wasn't known to give vivid hallucinations, and I'd never had something like this happen before. But later that night, I woke up. Monet's desk lamp was still on, and when I opened my eyes, I'm looking in the direction of her mattress, and I see that she's sitting in a squatted position, making motions with her hands like she's furiously digging a hole into her bedding. I'm like, "Girl, what are you doing?" Monet stops her digging and turns her head towards me. I'll never forget the expression she had on. She was panicking. She says, "Addie, I can't get back inside. I can't get back." Then she turns her focus back to the bed and keeps digging into the bedding. I'm groggy and trying to process what she said. I move my attention to what she's digging at, and I see Monet, lying there, eyes closed, tucked under the covers. Then, The Monet that was on top of the other one digging is suddenly gone. For a moment, I couldn't believe my eyes. I literally did the pinch test just to make sure that I was awake. When I confirmed that I was, I got up and went over to wake up Monet, but she wouldn't wake up. I shook her, shouting her name, but she was totally limp, her head rolling to the side, eyes shut, face pale. My stomach twisted. My heart started hammering in my chest. All I could think of was, she's dying. I can't lose her. Then, without even realizing what I'm doing, I move her onto her side to see if there's anything in her mouth. When it was clear, I laid her back down and I started CPR. I pressed my hands over her chest, pushed down hard, counting under my breath, trying to remember my fleeting training from almost 3 years prior. I was desperate to get her awake, to breathe. My mind kept flashing back to that image, her ghost or spirit or whatever I had just seen, clawing desperately, trying to get back into her body. "Come on, Monet," I kept whispering. "Come on, you're still here. You're not leaving me." I stopped compressions for only a moment as I fumbled for my phone with one hand and dialed 911. I set the phone down to continue compressions. Once the dispatcher answered, I choked out our location and said, "My friend, she's not breathing. She took something. I need help, please." I didn't even hear the response, just the assurance that help was coming. The seconds felt like hours, every beat of silence between my compressions stretching out as I wondered if I'd already lost her. My whole body was shaking, but I didn't stop. And then, just when I thought it was too late, she made this terrible, gasping sound, like she was fighting her way out of a nightmare. Her chest heaved. She took a shuddering breath, eyelids fluttering as she struggled to open them, relief crashing over me as I crumbled next to her, my vision blurry from the tears. Paramedics arrived a few minutes later. They loaded her onto a stretcher, asking me questions, but all I could do was nod, dazed, and follow them to the ambulance, my mind replaying everything I'd just seen. I didn't say a word about her spirit. Part of me didn't want to believe all of which I'd just seen. The next few days were a blur. Monet was kept for observation, and I spent hours at her bedside, barely leaving, not wanting to be anywhere else until I knew that she was okay. She was quiet, almost haunted, not meeting my eyes. I wondered if she remembered any of it. Then, a few nights later, when things had calmed down a little, she looked at me and said, "Addie, while I was out, I had the scariest, craziest dream. It didn't feel like a dream, though. It was like I was watching myself from above. I kept trying to get back inside my body, clawing, screaming, trying to make myself breathe, but I couldn't. I could feel you, though. You were pulling me back." She paused, her eyes wide and scared. It felt like I was trapped, like I was so close, but no matter what I did, I couldn't break through. Her words hit me like a punch to my gut. It was exactly what I'd seen, the desperate look in her eyes, the way she'd clawed at the bedding, trying to get back to herself. It had been real as the night itself. I saw you, Monet," I finally admitted. "I saw you on top of yourself, like a ghost or something, digging, trying to get back in. That's what made me get up and help you." Neither of us said anything for a while. We just sat there, staring at each other, knowing that we'd shared something that no one else could ever understand. Whatever had happened that night had gone beyond anything I'd ever believed possible. It was enough to get me sober. I actually checked myself into rehab, which is something I had never seen myself doing. Today, 10 years later, I've made it through a decade of sobriety, and not a day goes by that I don't think about that night. Monet and I didn't get sober together. Believe it or not, that experience didn't shake her enough. She'd continue to struggle for the better part of a year. After she got clean, we started talking a lot more, And though we've both moved on, each in our own way, we know that moment saved us, both of us in different ways. Because for me, once you've stood at the edge, when you've seen someone you love clawing their way back from death, it changes you. It should change you. I was a paramedic in the 90s. We had a park where violent crimes weren't exactly a rarity. We were going out there at least once a month, if not more. Most of the calls were roughed-up mugging victims, with a few stabbings. Gunshots were rare. One night we were told that someone called to report gunshots and screaming. We had to park behind the police while they cleared the scene. Eventually, dispatch sent us away. Nothing was found. We weren't back at the station for 20 minutes before the next call came in. Same deal, shots and screams. We waited behind the police cruisers, and again, they found nothing. But this time, I talked to one of my cop buddies before we left. She said that they didn't find traces of any activity, let alone a shooting. Even the canines turned up nothing. Both calls came from a payphone in the park, so someone had to have been there. This time, they were all leaving their patrol cars across the street, in view of the phones, to see if anyone returned. We stopped for food on the way to the station, and again, we got the same call a few minutes after getting back. Same deal, only with a bit more head-scratching. The third call also came from the payphone, and the officer on watch didn't see or hear a thing. He swore no one had been to that phone. To make things even weirder, a couple other cops showed up talking about a shooting that they got called there for a few weeks prior. A high school kid was cutting through the park. 2 guys had jumped him. He fought back and ended up getting shot. He was already dead when help arrived. That in itself wasn't too weird, but the call to 911 was. The caller said that there had been a shooting, and the shooters ran off. They even described what the guys were wearing. They stayed on the phone until police arrived, but then police never saw the caller. It was assumed that he ran off, might have been the shooter himself. They tried to find him. When the victim's parents listened to the 911 recording, they swore that it was their son, no doubt in their mind. Several friends and family members went on to listen to it, and they all were equally as certain it was the victim. But that makes no sense. Why wouldn't he say that he was shot? That aside, it would have been impossible for him to call anyway. The bullet hit his heart. He would have died before he reached the phone. Now, here we were getting these ghost calls from another young male about another shooting. My whole crew was low-key spooked and ready to leave. We were all on edge back at the station, but we didn't get another call to the park that night. A couple of months went by, and a paramedic from the second shift called to tell me about a possible shooting at the park. He had the same story. They went 4 times that night. Each time was the same. He'd also heard about the boy who was killed and the ghost calls from my shift. There was just no explanation for it. I never really believed in ghosts, but this whole thing made me wonder. I guess I still wonder. It's a hard thing to believe if you're not naturally inclined towards such things. Later that year, I moved away with my fiancé, but I kept in touch with my old crew. On the anniversary of that kid's death, there were 3 more calls. Everyone knew the rumors by then, but they still had to go check it out. Once again, they found nothing and no one. And that was the last time I ever heard about it happening. I'm sure the payphone is long gone by now anyway. Whatever the explanation behind it, whether it's logical or supernatural or whatever word you want to use, I hope that boy is at peace. I always thought there was something off about the first middle school I ever taught in. It was built in the 1900s, but it was your typical school until everyone was gone. At least that's when I felt it. It was when I started staying late to grade papers that I truly felt it. I was still getting used to the rhythm of lesson plans and grading, and staying late had become a habit. The quiet hallways were kind of peaceful during those hours. I liked the solitude. But on one of those nights, as I sat alone in my classroom, I heard keys jingling. Not so strange, right? At first, it didn't strike me as odd. The janitor, Mr. Morales, often worked late. I figured he was just making his rounds. But as the sound grew louder, something felt off. Even though the sound was getting closer, it still sounded distant. It had a constant, steady rhythm, echoing off the empty walls. There was no pattern, no pause to unlock a door or push a cart. I poked my head out into the hallway, still expecting to see Mr. Morales. The sound was closer now, but still distant or muffled. More importantly, there was no one there. Still hearing the jingling, I called out, "Mr. Morales?" My voice trembling a little. Just silence. I shrugged it off, returned to my desk, telling myself I was obviously being paranoid, but it wasn't the last time it happened. Over the following months, the jingling became a regular occurrence on nights when I worked late. I'd hear it weaving through the hallways, sometimes more distant than others, and sometimes just right outside my door. It became almost predictable. One evening, I decided to just find Mr. Morales, to prove to myself that it was nothing strange. I waited until the jingling started again and quietly stepped into the hallway. The sound was coming from the staircase near the library, so I followed it. As I turned the corner, the jingling abruptly stopped. I found myself staring down an empty corridor. Then, from behind me, the sound started again. I spun around, and there was no one there. I didn't stay late again for weeks after that, but teaching is relentless, and deadlines don't care about ghost stories. So inevitably, I found myself back in the classroom after hours. I brought music to drown out the sounds. It didn't work. The keys jingled louder than ever, as if they were trying to compete with my headphones. I ripped them off, my patience finally snapping. "Who's there?" I yelled, my voice echoing down the hallway. For the first time, I heard something other than keys. A low, guttural sigh. I didn't go back to work for 3 days. When I finally did go back, I was forced to, once again, work late. This night, I stayed later than I usually do, and though I heard the keys most of the night, I then heard something else. More keys. Different, though. These sounded present, in the same room. As I took a quick stroll down the hallway, I saw Mr. Morales. I decided I was ready to talk to him, even if he was going to laugh at me, to tell me that I was hearing things. I told him my story, and he asked me, "So you've been hearing keys at night, before tonight?" I told him, "Yes, I'm not usually here this late, but I'm always here until 6. "That's not me," he said. "And it's not my keys." He pulled out his key ring and gave it a shake. The sound was sharp and metallic, completely different from the haunting, hollow jingle I'd heard. He then goes on to explain that he never comes to the school before 7. So, not Mr. Morales. It wasn't until years later, during a staff meeting with some older teachers, that I learned the truth. Decades ago, a janitor named Mr. Tate had worked at the middle school. He was known for his kindness and dedication to the job, which he'd had for almost 30 years. One winter, while locking up, he'd suffered a heart attack, and he'd slipped on an icy staircase in the basement. He was found the next morning. When I'd first learned the story, it gave me chills. I'd never told anyone about what I'd experienced, but another coworker said, "They say you can still hear his keys sometimes, especially if you're here late. Poor guy's just making his rounds." For For some reason after that, the jingling didn't really frighten me as much, but it never stopped. Even on my last night there, as I packed up my classroom for the final time, I heard it. The keys faint and steady, following me down the hallway, almost like an old friend saying goodbye. I fall asleep to your content every night, and recently it had me thinking of my own experiences and which one would be the strangest to share. Here goes. I'm an older woman now and have had many experiences that some would most likely call paranormal. This story is from when I was about 13 or 14 years old, so eons ago. I had a set of uncles and a cousin who lived in a neighborhood house. The house was owned by family friends who lived there first, and then ended up renting it out to my family. I'd always heard stories from those friends and then my own family about their experiences in the house. A lot of those experiences surrounded an apparition of a little girl, about 4 to 6 years old. Remember that. Now, from the outside, this house was normal looking. A 2-story, light blue house. Nothing distinct about it. Nothing abnormal from the outside. It had 7 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, and 2 sets of stairs leading upstairs. We often used the back door and the back staircase to get upstairs, because most of the hauntings took place around the front set of stairs. So that staircase had always been blocked off since as long as I could remember. Around the time I turned 13 or 14, my mom and I ended up having to stay there for a while due to financial issues that she was going through. I remember always feeling like everything was so dark in there and never wanting to be alone. But after visiting many times and then actually living there for a little while, I had never really experienced anything myself. So I started to think that maybe everyone was making things up or smoked too many J's or something. My mom and I had the 2 front bedrooms upstairs, closest to the blocked-off stairway. The first room had these 2 front-facing windows, and the second bedroom was right behind it with side-facing windows. This first really freaky thing that happened wasn't so much paranormal, but crazy nonetheless. At the time, my best friend was V, and we were both outcasts through and through, best of besties, hung out every day, skipped school all the time, all of that. A while after we started staying at this house, I took V up to the room I was staying in. We walked in, and the first thing she said was, "Oh my God, no fucking way." Of course, I had no idea what she was talking about, so I asked. V started crying and said, "Remember when I told you about that dream? The one that I always have, where I'm a little girl sitting in the window and I fall out the window and I die?" I'm literally getting chills recounting this. She kept going, telling me this was the room. These were the windows from the dream that she'd had countless times. So we talked about it a little. I was getting creeped out because she was so emotional, and I really had no reason not to believe her. She wasn't one to lie or make things up, and I'd never told her about the little ghost girl that people had seen. We ended up coming to the conclusion that maybe, in a past life, she'd lived and died there, and that the apparition of the little girl that people kept seeing was possibly her from another life. Up to this point, nothing really paranormal had happened to me, but about 2 nights later, after V and the window incident, I got a full-on taste of it. I was sound asleep in that same front room. I had a pet rat named Freddy who was in a cage on the left side of my bed. I woke up to Freddy screeching as loud as he could, like nothing I'd ever heard him do before. I sat up and he climbed up the side of his cage, screeching at the top of his little lungs, clawing at the side of the cage. I was literally like, what's going on? I went to stand up and out of nowhere, a pen came flying at my face from the area of the window. It stopped right in front of my eyes and dropped to the floor. I was not on drugs or alcohol. I was only 13 or 14, didn't party, had no mental health issues, This 100% happened. I was so scared I ran to the other room where my mom was and laid down with her. The whole night I had awful nightmares. The one I distinctly remember was of a huge, bloodshot eye with red and blue lights flashing behind it, looking at me through the window in the room my mom was in, the one that I was in with her that night. The other dreams were full of dark shadows, being lost, and just odd stuff like that. The next morning, I woke up feeling like I'd been hit by a truck. I started to remember everything from the night before, so I went to check on Freddie. He was okay, acting normal. I looked down, and that pen was still right there, where it had fallen in front of my face the night before. I didn't pick up that pen. I don't know who did. It stayed there for weeks, and then one day it just wasn't there anymore. That was the only experience in that house that I would actually consider paranormal. That was horrible to recount. It's been a very long time since I've thought about that night in such depth. Thanks for listening. A buddy and I were driving through some Texas back roads late one night. It was raining hard, one of those steady downpours where the windshield wipers can barely keep up, and everything outside the headlights turns into a black, shifting blur. Out there aren't streetlights, just stretches of empty road, scattered farmhouses spaced miles apart, open land as far as the eye can see, if you could see anything at all through the rain. We had to slow way down just to stay on the road, creeping along with only the occasional fence line or mailbox breaking up the nothingness. And that's when we saw her. She was walking along the side of the road. Nothing remarkable about her, just a woman, dressed for the weather, head down against the rain. But she was out in the middle of nowhere. And that didn't make any sense. No car nearby, no houses within at least 2 miles. I pointed her out, but my buddy had already seen her. I could tell by the way that he was tightening his grip on the wheel that he was nervous. "Should we stop?" I asked. He didn't answer right away, just kept driving, fingers tapping the steering wheel, like he was weighing something in his head. Finally, he shook his head. "I don't know, man. That's weird." And I agreed it was weird, but that was exactly why we should stop, right? If she was out there in the middle of nowhere in the pouring rain, something must have gone wrong. Maybe her car broke down. Maybe she'd gotten lost. Whatever the reason, she had to be freezing, drenched. But my buddy was uneasy, and since he was driving, he kept going. Still, it nagged at me. Something about it felt off. After a minute, I convinced him to turn around, just to check. We'd gone barely a couple 100 feet before he pulled a slow U-turn, the tires kicking up water. We drove back, high beams on, scanning the road, the ditches, the fields beyond the fences. She wasn't there. The road was empty, just a stretch of wet pavement disappearing into the dark. We slowed even more, brights cutting across the fields. Nothing, no movement. No sign that anyone had been there at all. "She must have cut through to a house or something," my buddy muttered. But he didn't sound convinced. Neither was I. Because there was nowhere to go. The fields were wide open, flat, and muddy as hell. If she'd walked through, there'd be tracks. And even if she had, where was the house? The nearest one was miles up the road. We sat there for a minute, rain hammering on the roof, wipers squeaking against the glass. Eventually, my buddy exhaled sharply, shook his head. "Let's just go." Neither of us said much the rest of the way home. This happened when I was about 8 or 9. My mom was dating this guy at the time, kind of a jerk, but nothing out of the ordinary. One night he told me to go downstairs and grab him a glass of water. I didn't argue, I just got up and went. I got to the kitchen, still half asleep, and that's when I saw something. A black figure, standing at the sink. Not moving, not reacting, just standing there. I froze. My brain couldn't quite process what I was seeing. Was it a shadow? Trick of the light? But no, there was something there. I could make out the shape of a person. Then, panic kicked in. I turned and bolted back upstairs. My heart was pounding. I burst into my mom's room and I tried to explain, but her boyfriend just rolled his eyes, told me I was imagining things. "Go back to bed," he said, like I hadn't just seen something or someone in our kitchen. I didn't sleep much that night. For years, I told myself that it had to have been a shadow, my tired eyes playing tricks on me, some weird childhood fear that got blown out of proportion. But now, looking back as an adult, I'm about 99% sure that it wasn't a shadow. Some dude was just standing in my kitchen in the middle of the night, casually using our sink. I don't know what's scarier, the idea that I saw something paranormal, or the fact that in the rough neighborhood we lived in, it was probably just some guy. I worked overnight at a Subway inside of a 24-hour truck stop. One night around 3 a.m., a guy came in. Wasn't sure if he was drunk or intellectually disabled, but he seemed a bit off. He asked if I had a sandwich for him, and I thought that he meant he called in an order. I asked his name, and he took a few steps forward, and I saw that he was covered in blood. He told me I didn't need to know his name and to just make him a fucking sandwich. The truck stop hired off-duty state troopers to work security for part of the night, and we were all friendly. I asked the girl at the gas station counter to ask Hitchcock, the off-duty officer, to come help me with a customer. The officer was alerted to a problem without the guy realizing, and the officer came out and saw a trail of blood leading up to the guy, and when he walked up, the guy tried to run. They arrested him and found out that he'd been stabbed, but that he'd also stabbed another man to death and was gassing up the car, getting food to go on the run. He was in shock, didn't realize he was covered in blood. My older sister has a ghost that's followed her around for years. She's never been the type to scare easily. She shrugs it off, calls it her ghost, like it's some stray cat that won't leave her alone. But I lived with her for 3 months once. And let me tell you, there was something in that house, and it did not like me being there. Weird things happened constantly. I'd go to bed knowing that every door was locked, every light switch off. But in the morning, the back door would be wide open, lights buzzing, the kettle hissing with steam, like someone had just boiled water, but never poured it. One night, we were getting ready to go out, and I borrowed her liquid foundation, used it, and put it back where she kept her makeup. 10 minutes later, she's asking for it, and it's just gone. She accused me of taking it. Wouldn't hear a word of my protests and made me buy her a new one. A year later, when she was packing to move, she found it, tucked inside a shoebox, with some old letters. The shoebox was zipped up in a suitcase, shoved deep under her bed. And that freaked me out. But the worst, the moment that really got me, it was the only time that I was completely alone in the house. That almost never happened. There was always at least 4 people around. I'd just gotten home from work, headed straight to the bathroom, locked the door. The house was silent, every window shut, every door latched. I was standing there, leaning into the mirror, fingers pressing into my chin to pop a pimple when, "Stop picking your zits." A woman's voice, clear, amused, right outside the bathroom door. I froze, and my heart stuttered in my chest. but my brain did the dumb thing and assumed it was my sister. I laughed, told her to fuck off, asked what she wanted for dinner. Silence. I stepped into the hall. No one there. The air felt thick, charged, kind of like the moment before a thunderstorm. I checked every room. I checked under the beds, in closets, even behind the goddamn shower curtain. I was alone. I grabbed my keys and sat on the front porch until someone else came home. Threads like this make me wish my sister was on Reddit, because God, she has some seriously fucked up stories. I know my story is not uncommon. It's one most of you have heard or experienced in one form or another, but to me, it's still the most terrifying thing that I've ever endured in my 40 years on this planet, and it all started with a boy. My life started pretty great. I was fairly popular in high school, loads of friends, a wonderful high school sweetheart, loving parents. I kinda had it all. And then I went to college on the other side of the country, where I didn't know a soul. That was fine. I saw it as an adventure, the idea of meeting new people, starting new relationships. It was exciting. I met Eric at a homecoming party my freshman year. He was a sophomore, and right away, we had that spark thing going on. He was handsome, charming, funny, intelligent, one of those whole package deals. We developed a pretty serious relationship over the next several months, and as much as I look for them, I really can't pinpoint any red flags from those early years. Some guys are smooth like that. What can I say? We stayed together for my entire 4 years at college. He got a job in the city when he graduated, and I moved in with him a year later after my own graduation. We got married later that same year, and then things started to change. Eric had a very specific idea of what a marriage should look like, even if he never showed a hint of them in our 4-year courtship. We flew home for the holidays, but we spent all of our time with his family, while I was lucky to spend a few hours with my own. There was always some reason that I couldn't visit them without him. Same with my friends. He hated most of them because they were a bad influence, but I was so blindly in love that I convinced myself he was right. He loved me so much that he just couldn't bear us to be apart. He only wanted the best for me. All that usual bullshit. Love is a dangerous thing, kids. It blinds you in a way that makes you believe you're seeing clearly for the first time. It's all lies. Your brain is tricking you. The first time he hit me was after a work party at his boss's lake house. I made a random, off-the-cuff joke during dinner. I don't remember what the hell it was, but I had no clue that it upset Eric until we were on our way home. As soon as we got in the car, his demeanor completely changed. He went rigid with tension, and his face pursed like someone biting into a rotten lemon. I tried to ask what was wrong, but he wouldn't speak. He just sat there, white-knuckling the steering wheel until we got home. Once we were inside, he started picking apart every move I'd made, every word I'd said that evening. In his mind, I'd embarrassed him. I'm sorry, but I'm a fucking delight at parties. I have a lot of faults, we all do, but socializing was kind of my specialty before the PTSD. More than anything, I was confused. I didn't realize how serious he was because it sounded so absurd. And then I made some kind of sarcastic comment, and his hand flew at my face before I knew what was happening. After that, I was just in shock. This is something that happened to other women, less fortunate, underprivileged women, not me. When I look back, it amazes me how naive I was, but I genuinely did grow up with a semi-charmed kind of life mentality, if you'll excuse the corny reference. Well, you all know how this goes. He was so sorry the next day. He cried like a baby, showered me with extravagant gifts. For the next week or so, he treated me like a princess, and I wrote off the incident. He was, after all, under an extraordinary amount of stress at work. and other excuses were made, I'm sure. Then it happened again. I didn't clean the kitchen or forgot to wash the shirt that he wanted to wear that day. There's really no telling. But this time, I had a black eye and a busted lip. Eric wove a tapestry of regret and remorse with his golden tongue, and I forgave him because no matter what he had done, he loved me. We were meant to be together. I couldn't just throw everything away over a mistake, could I? Because love, like it's the end-all be-all to happiness. It makes me sick to think of it now, especially since it took another 5 years to stop drinking the Kool-Aid. The one thing I did get right is not having kids. Eric wanted them badly, but I took birth control behind his back. It's not that I never wanted kids. It was more that I just didn't want them yet. I kept telling myself that we would wait until he was better, less stressed, back to his old self. Little did I realize, this was Eric being his normal self. I was on my 3rd trip to the ER by the time I accepted it would never change. By then, I'd done enough research to know that the cops couldn't help me. Not really. Not in a way that would make me safe. Eric was the kind of guy that would get released the next day and kill me before anyone did a damn thing to stop him. Instead, I told my parents everything and came up with a plan. Eric had a conference coming up that was 3 hours away, and he would be gone overnight. My parents rented a U-Haul and arrived at our house an hour after Eric left. We got all of my stuff packed in a couple of hours and took off. All day, I answered my phone like everything was normal. I told Eric how much I missed him and that I would have his favorite meal on the table when he got home. And then I turned my phone off for an hour before he actually returned. All of our social media accounts were shared, so I deleted them. I didn't want him to have any outlet where he could try to contact people, pretending to be me or whatever crazy idea he would come up with. When Eric couldn't reach me, he called my parents. My mom ignored the calls, but my dad was eager to speak with him. Their conversation was heated, to say the least. Eric was completely unhinged. He threatened to kill all of us if they didn't put me on a flight home that very night. Obviously, I wasn't going back. My family never believed in owning a gun, but my dad went out and borrowed one from a friend after that phone call. A week or 2 passed with no contact from Eric. I wasn't ready to drop my guard, but my parents were full of bully cliches. They're all cowards. Once you stand up to them, they go away. Yeah, that's usually true on the schoolyard, but it's definitely not a rule to live by. Crazy is crazy, and there's no reasoning with it. By then, I had fully accepted that Eric was legitimately crazy, and he proved me right by breaking into my parents' house while we slept. I woke up to him straddling me with one hand over my mouth and the other around my neck. His knees had my arms pinned, so all I could do was kick my legs, not that they did me any good. Eric put his mouth next to my ear and said that we were going home, that if I woke my parents, he'd kill them both. I was so afraid of him that if my dad hadn't borrowed that gun, I truly think that I would have gone quietly. But he would have never expected my parents, of all people, to be armed. I knew that would be a factor that he didn't account for. So I nodded my head like I would behave, and as soon as I was on my feet, I screamed bloody fucking murder. He was on me in a second, and I don't even remember feeling him hit me. There was just a flash of fists and then blackness. He beat me for several seconds, maybe a minute, before my dad shot him. When I woke up, I was surrounded by paramedics and police. Eric was dead. My parents were just as traumatized as me, especially my dad. He's truly the kindest, gentlest man. He's never even gone hunting, but now he'd taken a human life. Yes, it was necessary, and he's the first to defend that fact, that something like that changes you. It still weighs on him all these years later. I was in the hospital with a fractured jaw, a broken orbital socket, and 3 broken ribs. But we survived. And that's all that matters. I've had a few relationships since, but nothing serious. I find I prefer to live life on my terms, and it works for me. So, that's my story. I tell it when I'm able because I hope anyone in similar circumstances will understand that people are who they are. You're not going to change them, no matter how strongly you might love them or how unique you feel your love or circumstances are. You will not be the exception to this rule. Move on while you still have a life to live. There was this road that I used to bike down all the time. It was quiet, lined with trees, and stretched out just far enough from town that it felt like a nice escape. Peaceful, even. I'd take it whenever I visited my ex's parents' house. Just a long stretch of pavement cutting through the countryside. Nothing remarkable about it. At least that's what I thought. It was a regular afternoon, broad daylight, when I was walking through the college town area heading back home. It wasn't packed, but it wasn't a deserted day either. People were going about their day, and I felt completely safe. A little bit later on my walk, a beige car slowed beside me. "Hey, need a ride?" I glanced over. The guy behind the wheel was leaning towards me, smiling a wide smile. Something about him made my stomach tighten. Not just the fact that a grown man was offering a ride to a girl walking alone, but the way that he was watching me, studying me. I didn't say a word, didn't shake my head, didn't acknowledge him at all. I just kept walking. For a second, I thought he was gone. But as I turned onto my destination street, I saw it. The same car. He had pulled ahead of me and was now turning onto my block, like he had already known where I was going. My pulse spiked, but I told myself it was a coincidence, just a stupid coincidence. Then he gunned the engine and swerved to cut me off. Before I could react, the driver's side door flew open. He was out of the car and coming towards me fast. I felt my whole body seize up. I didn't think, I didn't hesitate. I just ran. I could hear him behind me, his footsteps slamming against the pavement. I didn't dare look back. I just sprinted down the street, scanning wildly for help, for anyone. And then I saw, flashing red and blue lights a little further down the block, a cop had pulled someone over. I screamed. The second I started yelling for the police, the guy skidded to a stop. For one terrifying moment, I thought that he might lunge anyway, taking his chances. But then he turned, bolted back to his car, and sped off. By the time I reached the officer, gasping for breath, the car was already gone, disappearing around the corner. I tried to explain what had happened, but I could barely get the words out. The cop took a basic description, asked if I was okay, and then that was it. Nothing to do, nowhere to go from there. I didn't sleep that night. Days passed, then weeks. I tried to push it out of my mind. Maybe I overreacted. Maybe he was just some creep trying his luck. Maybe it wasn't as bad as I thought. And then the news broke. A man had been caught abducting and murdering women in town. They showed his mugshot, and my whole body went cold. It was him, the beige car, the too wide smile, the man who had tried to grab me in broad daylight. Then they show where he'd been dumping the bodies. That peaceful, quiet road, the one I used to bike down. I just stared at the screen, my stomach twisting into knots. That road, the one that I'd ridden on so many times without a second thought, was where he had disposed of the women he actually caught. And if that cop hadn't been there that day, I wouldn't be telling this story. earliest odd experience that I consider paranormal was from my childhood home. I must have been between 3 or 6. It was something that I had never really questioned at the time. My dad would often pet my back to help me fall asleep, his big warm hand resting on my upper back. It was comforting, familiar. One night, I woke up in the middle of the night to that same feeling, his hand on my back, warm at first, moving slowly. I was groggy, half asleep, but something felt off. The pressure was a little too firm, not quite right. I tried to shake it off, not really wanting to be petted, just wanting to go back to sleep. And that's when the hand changed. The soft, steady touch, it turned frantic, grappling, poking, pressing too hard. It felt angry. My body went stiff. My breath was in my throat, and suddenly I was wide awake. My mind was scrambling for an explanation as I sat up in bed, expecting to see my dad standing there. But there was no one. Without a second thought, I climbed out of bed, ran straight to my parents' room, and squeezed them for the rest of the night. A lot of odd things happened in that house, to all of us, my parents, my siblings. Over the years, it became something that we just lived with. Eventually, I moved into my parents' old bedroom after they renovated and expanded it, merging it with my childhood room. But even then, that space never felt right. I remember one night as a teenager, home alone, lying awake while things kept happening. Small noises, shifting shadows, that creeping sense of being watched. I couldn't take it anymore. I got up in the dark, stood at the threshold of my parents' old bedroom, and just yelled into the emptiness. I told whatever it was to cut this shit out, to let me sleep in peace, to leave me the hell alone. And you know what? It did. The air in the house felt different, lighter, quieter even. Maybe I just got older and stopped noticing things, but I made peace with whatever it was. But from that night on, I wasn't really afraid of the house anymore. Now I get it. Brains are weird, memories are fickle, especially childhood ones. And at 42, I know that every time we access a memory, we change it a little. But I also know what I felt, and no one is going to tell me otherwise. I've been a firefighter for nearly 15 years, and I've seen my fair share of things that would make most people never sleep again. But nothing, not even the worst infernos I've ever faced, could prepare me for what happened on this night. The call came in around 2 a.m. An old warehouse in the industrial district was ablaze. By the time we arrived, the fire had already consumed most of the structure. Captain split us into 2 teams to search for any squatters who might have been trapped inside. I was paired with Martinez, but as we made our way through the thick smoke, a beam collapsed between us, cutting me off. I radioed in, but the static drowned out any response. Somehow, my radio was busted. I tried doubling back, but the fire had grown way too intense. The air was scorching. My visibility was practically zero. I knew that I was in trouble. Then, through the roar of flames, I heard a voice. "Over here." It was faint but insistent, cutting through the chaos like my actual lifeline. I turned and I saw a figure in turnout gear just ahead of me, illuminated by the flickering fire. Thank God. I was stumbling towards them, telling them, "I'm stuck, lead me out." The figure didn't respond, but motioned for me to follow. I didn't question it, I was too focused on surviving. We weaved through the maze of debris, ducking under falling beams, skirting walls of flames. I kept calling out, trying to get a name or confirmation of who it was, but they stayed silent. Finally, we reached a clear exit. The figure stopped, turned to look at me, and then simply walked into the smoke, disappearing. I stumbled out into the cold night air, half expecting to see the figure that had led me to safety. I was coughing and gasping as my team rushed over. "Jesus, we thought we lost you," Martinez said to me, grabbing my shoulder. He asked, "Where the hell were you?" "I got separated," I said. "One of you guys found me and led me out." The team exchanged confused glances. My captain stepped forward. "I don't know what you're talking about. We've all been outside. No one went back in after the collapse." I froze and my mind was racing, replaying every step, every detail. I was certain that I'd followed someone. The turnout gear, the voice, it was all real, wasn't it? Later that night, as I lay awake in the station bunk, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd been saved by something or someone not of this world. I don't know if it was a ghost, a guardian angel, or something else entirely. I don't think I'll ever know. What I do know is I shouldn't have made it out of that fire alive, but I did. And it wasn't by my own doing. I used to work for a small outfitter company in Montana, leading backpacking trips deep into the wilderness. It wasn't a bad gig, long days, good pay, and I got to spend weeks at a time out in nature. But there's one trip I still can't explain, no matter how many times I go over it in my head. It was a 6-day trek, just me and a father with his 2 teenage sons. They were city folks, not used to the wilderness, but they caught on quickly. By the 4th night, we were miles from anywhere, camped near a glacial lake, with nothing but trees, mountains, and silence around us. The fire was dying down when I told them to hit the sack. We would have a long hike ahead of us. I stayed up a bit longer, making sure our food was properly hung before heading to my own tent. Sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up to footsteps outside my tent, not the quick, nervous movements of an animal. Someone was walking around our camp. I reached for my knife and listened. The footsteps circled our camp, slow and steady. I unzipped my tent as quietly as I possibly could and peeked out. The fire was just embers now, casting a weak glow over the trees. I didn't see anyone, but the footsteps were there, moving. I whispered the father's name. No answer. The footsteps stopped. For a long moment, nothing. Just the sound of the wind through the trees. Then, from the darkness, something whistled. 3 notes. High, low, high. It echoed through the trees. I remember gripping my knife so tight, my hand actually hurt. After a minute, the footsteps started again, this time moving away from our camp. The whistle came once more, farther now, before everything went silent. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. At first light, I checked the perimeter, looking for tracks. The ground was soft, plenty of footprints, but only ours. A few miles into our hike that morning, the youngest kid asked if I'd heard it. "The whistling," he said. I just nodded. His dad asked what he was talking about, and the kid said, "It was weird. It sounded just like Uncle Mike." I stopped walking. "Uncle Mike?" "Yeah," he said. "The whistle. That's the one that he used to call us inside for dinner." I didn't know what to say, and his dad went pale. "Mike's been dead for 5 years," he muttered. We hiked a little faster after that. About 10 years ago, I went to a club with a large group of friends for their New Year's Eve party. Everything seemed to be going all right until a couple of my friends tracked me down and said, "There's something wrong with Jimmy. I think he needs your help." Jimmy was and still is my best friend since we were in grade 2. I was taken to the area where he was, and Jimmy was completely out of it. He couldn't function at all, was complaining about chest pains, slurring his words, basically every other symptom that you would mentally check off before calling an ambulance. Thinking that this is just some sort of alcohol poisoning, I tell everyone that we need to get him to the hospital and that I'm calling 911. No, don't do that, someone in the group says. I look at them like they're crazy, and I'm starting to realize that this might be more than alcohol poisoning. We all took E, and he said it wasn't working, so we gave him more. We don't want to get in trouble. It ends up that these morons let a drunk guy take 3 pills in succession because Jimmy said he couldn't feel anything. Now that I'm dealing with a potential overdose, I definitely call 911. The ambulance comes and takes Jimmy away. A few of us, including some of the people that didn't want to call an ambulance earlier, head to the hospital. By the time we get there, they already have Jimmy strapped down because he's shaking. It appears like he's going to bite his tongue off. The doctor comes and asks us for more information. I tell them everything I know. They say that Jimmy will be all right, but maybe it would be a good idea to let his family know. This kind of felt like a time for you jerks to grow up and accept responsibility kind of move from the doctor. I agreed and said that we would. The friends all say that they can't be there because they know that they'll get shredded by the father, who is a very passionate, relatively old-school Italian man, and they bail. I make the call. We'll be right there, the groggy, confused voice on the other line says. I'm alone and sitting in a hospital waiting room watching Ryan Seacrest ring in the new year on a shitty TV hanging in the corner. I'm waiting to know what I know will be an epic verbal evisceration from the Italian father. What are ye here for? A drunk man says to me from across the room. I tell him that my friend isn't feeling well, and I try to curb the conversation as quickly as possible. My bitch sister broke my arm. The man slurs as he lifts his limp, swollen arm up for me to see. I dropped her heroin, so she hit me with her fake arm. He says this with an almost proud laugh and continues to mumble about it. After that little exchange, I get up and walk around a little bit, but before I can get very far, the entrance doors slide open, and there are Jimmy's mom and dad. The dad storms up to me and starts demanding answers. He wants to know where his son is. He wants to know how long he had been doing drugs. He wants to know why I didn't try to stop him. I really have no choice but to take it. His wife looks at me sympathetically and tries to calm him down. The nurse takes the parents to their son's room, and I'm alone again. About 20 minutes go by. The mom comes out and says that everything should be okay, that they're going to stay with Jimmy a little longer, and she apologized for how it all went down. I head home and fall asleep. Later in the morning, Jimmy calls. He apologizes for the situation that he put me in. Says his dad wanted to apologize as well. Jimmy decided on his own to kind of stop hanging out with those guys, so he actually still has no idea that the other friends really left him out to dry multiple times that night. I didn't feel the need to tell him. I was just happy he was okay. So yeah, long story short, best friend overdoses on E that friends gave him. Friends tell me not to call an ambulance, I call an ambulance. Friends tell me not to call parents, I call parents. Have an enlightening conversation with a drunk man whose sister broke his arm with a prosthetic appendage over spilled heroin. Best friend's dad verbally destroys me because I'm the only person there to take the fall. Best friend apologizes the next day. Still best friends. Yeah. Happy New Year. I was driving home after another late night at work. The road was pitch black, the kind of darkness that kind of swallows everything around it except for the narrow beam of your headlights. Out here in the middle of nowhere, it was just me, the trees, the occasional nocturnal animal darting across the road. My house wasn't much further, just a mile, and I'd be safe inside. And then, out of nowhere, a figure burst from the woods and staggered into the road. I barely had time to react. I swerved hard, adrenaline instantly flooding my veins as my tires skidded on the gravel road. The figure was a woman, her body illuminated in the flash of my headlights. She was covered in blood. Her face was that of someone who was terrified, and she screamed, waved her arms frantically. My first instinct immediately wasn't heroic. I was panicked. My heart pounded as I veered around her, gripping the steering wheel so tightly I remember my knuckles cracking. For a fleeting, shameful moment, I thought about just driving on. But as soon as she disappeared from my rearview mirror, guilt and fear overtook me. What if she was seriously hurt? What if she needed help? What kind of person would I be if I just left her there? I slammed on the brakes, and the woman was running towards my car now, limping, clutching her side. She looked like she could collapse at any moment. I unlocked the door and rolled down the window. My voice was shaking as I asked, "Are you okay? What happened?" Her words spilled out in a frantic rush, barely coherent. Her boyfriend had attacked her, beaten her, and he wasn't far behind. He was in the woods, she said, chasing her. The way her wide, desperate eyes darted toward the tree line made my stomach hurt. "Get in," I said, my voice firmer than I felt. The second she climbed in, I hit the lock button and stomped on the gas. My hands were trembling on the wheel. I kept glancing in the mirrors, half expecting to see a shadowy figure charging out of the woods. "We need to call the police," I said, fumbling for my phone with one hand while keeping the other on the wheel. My brain felt like it was moving through molasses. I was struggling to process what was happening while also scanning the road ahead and the darkness behind us. Her voice cracked as she begged me, "Please don't stop. Just don't stop. He'll catch us." I had no intention of stopping, though I doubted he was going to catch up with us on foot, certainly not with how I was driving. But there was no way I was going to wait on the side of the road with some violent maniac on our heels. I did call 911, my voice shaky as I explained the situation to the dispatcher. The operator asked me to wait for an officer to arrive at our location, but I cut her off, my voice sharper than I intended. "No, I'm not waiting. I'm taking her to the hospital. If he's out here, I'm not sitting on the side of the road like a sitting duck." The dispatcher relented, agreeing to have officers meet us at the hospital. I pushed the car as fast as I could dare. My eyes were flickering between the road, the rearview mirror, half expecting to see headlights. When we finally reached the hospital, the bright lights of the emergency entrance felt like a lifeline. 2 police cruisers were already waiting, their blue and red lights flashing. I pulled into the drop-off lane, and the woman bolted out of my car, collapsing into the arms of a waiting nurse. I sat there for a moment, gripping the wheel. My body was still vibrating with adrenaline. Even as the police took my statement, I couldn't shake the feeling that the man that she was running from might have been closer than I realized, just out of sight, watching us the whole time. I don't usually travel alone, but this time I had no choice. A work-related trip, short notice, and hotels were either booked or way out of my budget. I found a cozy-looking Airbnb, just a small 1-bedroom with a private bath. The photos looked fine, the reviews were decent and recent, and the host had a good rating. It wasn't in a bad area either, quiet, suburban, the kind of place where people walk their dogs in the morning and wave to their neighbors. From the moment I stepped inside, though, something felt off. It wasn't obvious. The place was clean. It felt bare, if anything. A bed, small table, a kitchenette, a single piece of artwork hanging above the bed, a bland, mass-produced print, the kind that you see in waiting rooms. The bathroom was tiny but functional. It wasn't the space itself that bothered me. It was just this nagging, persistent sensation that I was being watched. I did naturally try to shake it off. Of course, it just had to be nerves from staying in an Airbnb for the first time, something I'd never really done. Maybe it was just the unfamiliarity of being alone in a stranger's home. But the feeling, it wouldn't go away. I locked the door and did a quick check around the unit, looked out the window. The yard was empty. The street was quiet. I stepped outside just for a minute, glancing at the neighboring houses, checking for anything or anyone watching me. Nothing. Still, the unease lingered. By the time I got ready for bed, I couldn't stand it anymore. That suffocating awareness, like unseen eyes pressing in. I'd sort of hoped that maybe when I stepped into the bathroom it would disappear, but it was the same. I washed my face and brushed my teeth, but I opted to skip the shower. Eventually, I forced myself to go to bed. Nothing happened during the night, no noises, no disturbances, and yet as soon as morning came, the feeling was back, stronger. I didn't even bother with breakfast. I decided then and there that I wasn't staying another night. As I hurried to pack, I knocked something off the bedside table. It was just a pen, but when I bent down to pick it up, I saw something. Tiny glint of light. I froze. It was so brief, barely noticeable. A reflection from something. I stood up, scanning the room, but I saw nothing unusual. Still, my gut told me to look closer. So at that point, I was moving methodically, inspecting every surface, every object, and then my eyes landed on that framed print above the bed. Something about it didn't sit right with me. I reached up, lifted it off the wall, and there it was, a tiny camera, hidden behind the frame. It was obvious now. There was a hole in the poster, and this lens fit perfectly, but it blended into the photo masterfully. Of course, I felt sick. My entire body went ice cold as I stared at that little lens that had been watching me, recording me most likely. I don't remember much after that. I grabbed my bag, got the hell out of there, and reported everything to Airbnb. I don't know what happened to the listing or the host, other than it got removed, but I never got a follow-up. To this day, I wonder how many people stayed there before me, how many never realized they were being watched, and worst of all, how many more places like this are out there. This is a true story. My mother's mother, Isabel, was born in London in 1887, right around the time of Jack the Ripper. Her father, Henry, a British soldier, fought in the Boer Wars of Africa from 1898 to 1902, and later in World War I from 1914 until he was injured in 1921. Following the war, he moved to Bradford, Ontario, Canada, where he married. Tragically, his wife died in childbirth with my uncle Sidney, leaving Henry as a single father in need of a wife to care for his son. Meanwhile, Isabella was working as a barmaid in London, doing her best to find stability in the aftermath of the war. In 1919, she saw an ad that Henry had placed for a mail-order bride and decided a new start in Canada might be just what she needed. By then, she was 32. Considered a spinster by the day's standards, and was ready for a change. Isabel moved to Canada, married Henry, and in 1921, my mother Iris was born. Isabel went on to live in the same house in Brantford until she passed away in 1985. And that's when things started to get strange. While Isabel was in the hospital, my cousin Les was staying at her house to watch over the place. The night she passed, his dog began staring intently at an empty spot in the living room, the fur on his back bristling. Suddenly, the dog bolted for the front door, scratching to get out. As soon as Les opened the door, the dog took off, racing back to Les's home, several blocks away. It's just interesting. My grandmother never allowed animals in her home. It was as if the dog somehow knew he shouldn't be there. Then, they discovered that all the clocks in the house had stopped at the exact time that she died. In the weeks that followed, Odd things began happening. Items in the house would be mysteriously rearranged, and other strange occurrences that unsettled the family. Then one day, Les was on the front porch when he noticed an elderly woman slowly making her way down the block. She moved in a strange, halting manner. She'd take a few steps, stop, stand for a while, then repeat. Les watched her, feeling an unshakable sense of unease. When she reached the house, she stopped directly in front of it, as if she were drawn there. Concerned, Les went down to check on her, offered her a seat on the porch. She seemed dazed, so he left her in one of the chairs while he went inside to fetch a glass of water. Just then, my Aunt Poppy arrived. As she walked up to the porch, she froze in shock. The woman was sitting in my grandmother's favorite chair, dressed in her favorite dress. Stunned, they called the authorities, who identified the woman as a resident of a nursing home miles away. She had Alzheimer's, and she wandered off that day, somehow finding her way to my grandmother's house. It wasn't a direct route either, yet she had still arrived, the very place that Isabel had called home. The eerie coincidence didn't end there. A few days earlier, my aunt had donated a batch of Isabel's clothing to the nursing home. The woman just happened to be wearing my grandmother's dress. After that strange encounter, the paranormal activity in the house stopped. It was as if Isabel had finally received a farewell message through this mysterious visitor. It remains one of my favorite stories about my grandmother, Isabel. And one day, I'll tell you the one about my father's mother, Vera.
At age 8, I woke from a vivid nightmare at 4 a.m. It was about bright green locusts and porcelain dolls. I laid awake for a while, too spooked to go back to sleep, but eventually I went downstairs to watch TV before school. I was sitting on the sofa, and to my right was the glass door leading upstairs. From the corner of my eye, I see a light up there, and when I turned, I saw a figure. It was a glowing, pale blue shape, with an open robe and hood. There were no facial features, just two shiny red eyes. It was beckoning me forward with its left hand. I've never felt terror like that before. I slapped my hands to my face, hiding my eyes from the figure. I felt trapped. I didn't want to open my eyes, but I had nowhere to go. My only options were upstairs, past the figure, or through the kitchen behind me. With a rush of adrenaline, I ran straight upstairs with my eyes closed, right by whatever might have been standing in the doorway. I dove into bed and hid under the covers until my dad got up for work. I kept going into his room asking if he was getting up soon, and he eventually went downstairs as I followed behind. There was no sign of anything, but my heart was still racing, and I was terrified. I followed Dad all the way to the bathroom and virtually stood behind him as he peed. Finally, I found the courage to tell him what I saw, but he was a skeptic and said it was just my imagination. I could almost believe him. I was a pretty weird kid. I loved horror and the paranormal, but I'd never experienced anything like this. The whole feeling of it was strange. I still remember it like it was yesterday, even all these years later. I thought the nightmare could have sent my imagination into overdrive. Or that light was reflecting off of the glass panels, and my brain processed that image of the phantom. There's only one thing that doesn't let me dismiss it completely. When I came downstairs that night, I wasn't alone. Our cat was there too. Fugly was a big silver Persian that my dad thought was hideous, hence the name. This was a very docile cat, You could do anything to her, and she would just keep purring. She didn't have a bad bone in her body. When I followed Dad through the kitchen, I saw Fugly on one of the dining room chairs, tucked under the table. When I bent down to look at her, she was severely spooked. Her eyes were saucers, her fur standing up straight. She was nearly twice her size. I put my hand towards her, but she hissed and scratched my hand hard enough to draw blood. This really stayed with me. She'd never acted like that before, nor did she ever display that behavior again after. So, that's my only experience. I love the paranormal. I'm pretty open-minded. What's your opinion? Do I have an overactive imagination, or could it have been something else? Has anyone seen something similar? Growing up, I had multiple paranormal experiences, and this one still freaks me out. I've always been skeptical, so I do my best to find explanations, but sometimes there just isn't one. Many of these instances happened when others were around to see it as well, so I know it's not my imagination. As a teenager, I started becoming a little too interested in the paranormal, and I wasn't afraid of anything. At one point, I began dabbling with something I shouldn't have, and things got a little too intense. I had a friend who would randomly change the subject of conversation to weird, creepy shit that didn't make sense. Then, he'd suddenly stop and not remember anything he said. Usually, he went back to the original topic, and that would be the end of it. But when we were 15, he went into these trances while we were on the phone. That time, he said, "Follow the tracks to your right. Then, near the end, you'll come to their resting place." The layout of my old trailer park is important for the next parts. It was a pretty nice one. I lived in a small town, and the park was in a heavily wooded, secluded area. The driveway divided the park in half and came to a dead end at the rear. Just past that was an embankment, and at the bottom, there was an old railroad track that ended in the woods. On one side was an old abandoned mill. On the other side was a dense thicket of trees in a neighborhood. It was late summer afternoon when I followed the cryptic directions down to the railroad tracks. Near the end, I heard footsteps in the woods to my right, and I headed up the embankment for a closer look. Nobody was there, but I found a small graveyard, curiously tucked away behind the neighborhood. It's most likely a small family plot from the early 1800s. There were only 20 markers at most, but nothing weird ever happened there. Another late afternoon, my friend went into a trance. He said, "Head to the tracks, cross them. When you enter the woods, you'll see him." I was cocky, so I did just that. This time, I crossed the path behind the trailer park. They passed through a small section of woods before entering a clearing to the old mill on the left. And on the right are miles of power lines. The moment I entered the tree line, I heard snapping branches, and I saw the black silhouette of a man galloping by on a black horse before disappearing into the trees. Horses weren't a common sight around my town, so I decided to investigate the area he came from. Near the edge of the tree line, I found an old, collapsed horse stable. Nothing else nearby. If he continued in the same direction, he'd eventually reach another neighborhood, but there was nothing else around. Intrigued, I called to update my friend, but he refused to believe me. The following day, I took him to the location, and as we entered the tree line, we saw the horseman taking the same path as I had the night before. It was broad daylight. There's no way we both imagined it. We were freaked out, but we continued to the stable ruins. The strangest part of it all was the fact that I brought a few other friends to see the stable, and every time the horseman appeared. After finding the stable, each encounter became more intense. TVs and stereos would turn on by themselves, even when others were present. I experienced intense feelings of being watched and inexplicable moments of dread for no reason. Sometimes when home alone, I would hear muffled conversations or music, like a radio was playing in another room. Stuff would randomly and violently fly across the room. Handprints often appeared on the bathroom mirror after a steamy shower. Sometimes I'd hear the familiar sound of Mom coming home, only to realize nobody was there. Then, one night around 2 or 3, I got bored. I went to the graveyard. I was super uneasy. It felt like I was being watched, but I'm stubborn and refused to back down. Upon arrival, the graveyard was quiet, and feeling dumb, I decided to leave. I was halfway up the trailer park embankment when I heard something rustle and looked up to see the horseman looking down at me. He was pitch black. You could see his outline, but nothing reflected light. It was very similar to how shadow people are described. I stared in disbelief for a few seconds, but snapped out of it when the horse snorted. Turning back, I ran down the embankment and along the tracks as the sound of hoofbeats followed. I went back into the woods and I weaved through the trees in hopes of slowing my pursuer. Finally, I reached the street and ran to our trailer, practically diving through the front door, all while the hoofbeats were still hot on my trail. Mom was at work, so I turned on every light and TV, as if they could somehow keep the horseman at bay, and eventually, I fell asleep on the couch. Upon waking, it was daylight, and Mom was just getting home. I told her everything that happened, and she said I shouldn't be playing with the paranormal as if it were a toy. She's always shared her own experiences regularly, so she had no trouble believing mine. When the sun finally came up, I returned to the embankment, wondering if I somehow imagined it all. Maybe there was simply a lost horse in the area. I don't know. But I found hoof prints in the sand atop the embankment and nowhere else. That's when I decided to take a break from the paranormal. I'm normally not religious, but I prayed for these things to stop, and I swore I wouldn't mess with them again. Everything really did seem to die down, and when I turned 18, it stopped completely. I haven't had a single experience since. I think my experiences started with the violent abuse of my childhood. Entities would try attaching themselves to me, and it kind of darkened my presence. At a young age, my dad asked why I stopped smiling, and that continued for decades. Meanwhile, I've always had visions, and in my 30s, I moved to a place with a heavy, hidden, satanic element. I definitely disturbed the energy in that place, because I had powerful dreams when I was there. Plus, I think something cursed me. That brings me to 12 years ago, when I met an attractive woman who was treating her depression with meth. She even admitted to doing very bad things to people. At the same time, I was also having visions that didn't make sense until I met her. She was a black magic practitioner, and through phone sex, she was somehow able to attach a demon to me. I went to a Cherokee shaman named Raven, who said the black magic practitioner was actually a djinn, and she was spiritually attacking others through me. It was bizarre, to say the least. The more I learned, the more I tried to help others who were being attacked by covens, and because of that, the covens in turn began to target me. It was brutal. For years, my energy was drained daily to the point of delirium. Eventually, I had a vision of a dark cloaked figure coming into my mind's eye, and he said, "I can't destroy you. Your faith in God is unbreakable, but I will devour the ones who attack you." Then, I saw several groups of people standing around altars and performing blood rituals, summoning demons to attack me. The figure said his name was Az, and that only 3 fallen angels have that sound in their name, which I took that to mean that he was Azazel. Several days later, I felt the death of the djinn's sister. All that time, I'd been praying, surrendering to the divine, and just not specifying God or Christ. It helped me to see that there were other solutions to attempt. I tried praying to every culture's deities, but to no avail. Finally, I found a guy that had traveled the world looking for the same solution. He said that prayers to the Christian God were the only solution that worked. Well, I tried it, even though I wasn't very big on the Bible when living in that satanic place. Before all that began, I had rage issues, PTSD, was diagnosed as borderline paranoid schizophrenic. But as the years passed, I started praying to God every day, all day. Eventually, my troubles began to lessen. My energy returned. The paranoia stopped. My PTSD went away along with the borderline schizophrenia. Though during that time, my visions were going haywire. I've had a handful of instances where demons entered my mind's eye for a chat, and this has been a heavily condensed summary of those experiences. Hey everyone, I'm 33, in good health, and I come from Lower Saxony, Germany. Yes, sometimes life has been troubling, but I've always been open-minded when it comes to the paranormal. 2 weeks ago, I had a nightmare that took place in my room. I dreamed that my bedroom was a movie set. To the left of my bed was my grandparents' old cupboard. To the right was a newer cupboard, and the window was across from the bed. In the dream, I was laying on my right side when someone grabbed me. I slowly turned around and saw someone sitting next to me. I couldn't tell their gender, but they had long hair, and they were facing the opposite direction. When I touched their back, they turned around and I shouted, "Who are you?" Suddenly, the figure was gone, and frightened, I got up to look out the window. That's when I woke up shouting. But I was also experiencing sleep paralysis, so I couldn't move. It's happened before, so I knew what was going on. I wondered why the blinds were still down, because I hadn't realized that I was still dreaming when I looked outside. First, I wondered who the person had been. I live alone. I don't have a girlfriend. My grandmother has lived in a retirement home since May, and my grandfather passed away, but he didn't die in the apartment. I've read that many people see an entity when experiencing sleep paralysis, but I'm not sure if seeing it before I woke up still counts. The last time I had sleep paralysis was in 2019, and before that, it was 2012. During the 2019 experience, I was in my ex-girlfriend's living room. When I woke up, I couldn't move, and someone was walking down the hallway towards the front door. Like I said, I've been pretty open-minded when it comes to the paranormal. 7 years ago, my grandfather died from a tumor, but now I need to circle back to that cupboard that came from his old house in 2007. That's the house my great-grandmother died in on December 24th, 1999. I suspect it was the source behind the activity. I do feel like someone is here, but in a good way. I know it sounds far-fetched, but that's how it feels. I didn't feel this way when my grandparents still lived in the house. Of course, I was younger then. A few months ago, there was another incident in the living room where I have a second cupboard from my grandparents. It contains a few old books about nature, and one just fell over. Nothing was shaking. It wasn't standing at a strange angle. It simply fell over, and I was pretty scared. What are your thoughts? I'm not too frightened anymore. I have good feelings about my grandmother and grandfather. They were the best people I've ever known. But could all of this have something to do with their furniture? I've dealt with the paranormal for most of my life. One day, my cousin and I were hanging out at the house, alone except for my beautiful white cat. I was 18 at the time. My brother was at the store with friends. Our mother had recently died, and I had quite a few paranormal experiences there. But they never bothered me. It was never anything that seemed malicious or dangerous, only fun stuff like electronics turning on and random footsteps walking around. One time, my cousin was sitting on my bed when he felt someone sit next to him. He screamed and ran out of the house. But I should get back to my current story. I was sitting on my bed, and my cousin was in the living room. My room was only separated from the living room by a glass door and a curtain, so we were only 20 feet away from each other. We were talking about girls when we heard what sounded like a spoon falling to the floor in the kitchen. We listened for more, but when nothing else happened, we resumed our conversation. That's when my cat came to sit with me, and I began petting her. A few minutes later, more utensils clattered to the floor. I was more surprised now that I knew it wasn't the cat. Still, even more utensils fell, and these were followed by the much louder bang of a falling pot. My cousin, unable to see the cat in my lap, advised me to check on her, and when I pulled back the curtain, his eyes opened wide in shock. If she was there, he wanted to know who was in the kitchen, but I explained. Nobody was in there. He didn't believe me at first, but almost as if on cue, there was a huge commotion in the kitchen. Spoons, pots, and pans, plates, glass, everything was being thrown. It continued for roughly 30 seconds before coming to a sudden stop. Once it was over, I asked my cousin to go check on the kitchen, but he adamantly refused, suggesting I take a look instead. Needless to say, I was equally against the idea. As we argued over who would go, my brother and his friends returned from the store. Without hesitation, I shouted for my brother to go into the kitchen. He refused until I said my leg hurt and asked for a drink. Then he finally agreed. He brought me a glass of water, and I took it, puzzled by his lack of reaction to the mess. I asked if he saw anything in the kitchen, but he was confused as to why I would even ask. When he insisted nothing had been out of place, I told him the whole story. He was furious. This is short, but I can't stop thinking about it. First, you need to know that I'm a ghost magnet. Seriously, there's something about me that attracts spirits. I don't know what it is, but lately, I've been trying to ignore them while I deal with my depression. The other day was completely normal until I went to the bathroom and looked in the mirror. Behind my reflection stood a very tall figure with a hairy head and no eyes, dangling arms. It wore a black and white outfit, and it scared the shit out of me. When I looked back at my own reflection, it was still standing straight and smiling back at me. I know that's not what I looked like at the moment. It kept looking straight into my eyes as I backed out of the bathroom and into my own. I closed my door, turned on all the lights, got into bed where I resumed my "this isn't real" chant. Eventually, I fell asleep and woke up the next morning, but when I went to the bathroom, nothing was out of the ordinary. Does anyone have a clue what's going on? It's freaking me out.
Here I am, 12 years after the events of Longford Drive, having nightmares again. And this time, I need someone to believe me. I'm 28 now. No one believes 15 and 16-year-olds after all. Overdramatic, attention-seeking, leftover childhood imagination, mental illness. Have you taken her to a doctor? Yes. He said it's just the teenage hormones. Ah, that's it. This time, I need someone to believe me. I was born in Fitzroy, Victoria, Australia, in 1992. My brother was born in the same place in 1997. In 2001, before the towers in New York City fell, my family moved to the U.S. A few months later, the towers fell. No more house. So we moved to Texas. For almost 7 years, we couldn't buy a house. We had to rent. One night, in one of the rental homes, my brother woke me, horrified. There are red eyes in the corner of my room. No, there's not. You're having a nightmare. Leave me alone. I don't remember him leaving, but the morning came and he was no longer in my room. I started to notice that he would not travel to certain parts of the rental house, and I just ignored him for years. He never mentioned the red eyes in the corner of his room again. We moved around a lot after that, and finally, we were able to buy a home. Longford Drive. It was an older home for the area. Early 1980s, the surrounding homes were 2000s range, and they actually had vinyl flooring instead of this old, scratched-up flooring. It was light, ugly brown, looked like something out of the 1970s. I used to study every scratch and scrape on the floor, and would wonder, what happened there? Movers, children, dogs, or something else? Regardless of the home's obvious bland and aged interior, it was at least our home. It was an early cookie-cutter house, though, you could tell. Every main room was on the first floor, and the second floor was a dominated media room with slanted ceilings for the roof and a walk-in attic. The attic was practically its own room, which I suppose my parents liked at the time due to their endless 80s furniture from Australia that for some reason they refused to part with. The most disgusting of all this furniture was a couch with fishes on it. A navy and yellow couch with very detailed fish on it that were a variety of colors. I don't recall when they finally got rid of it, but I'm glad they did. I'm glad they got rid of a lot of things when we left that house. It took a few years, about 5 to be exact, to truly realize something wasn't right. And it all started the night before sophomore year of high school. My best friend Chelsea and I practically grown up in that town. We'd heard all the legends, laughed about them with our friends and boyfriends. But I guess that night we got brave. So we went to the local graveyard. It was at least 200 years old, and decided to wander around it and take pictures. We had an old digital camera, new camera at that point in time. My friend Chelsea had claimed in the past that she could see spirits. To this day, I'm still not sure if I believe in that shit. Even after what happened. Logic is a bitch. I'm laughing about something, stumbling through the graveyard like a disrespectful teenager. We've all been there. Chelsea stops laughing. I look back at her because the silence stuns me. She is white. And I mean, she's white, but she was unnaturally white at this moment. Her brown eyes look black, and they are big. We need to leave. What? She speaks angry. We need to leave now. I feel something almost consume me. Just absolute dread and fear. Beyond fear, all in me. There's no fight or flight. It's like it's broken. We just stare at each other, like we're going to let whatever's about to happen, happen. Like, we won't go home tonight, and we accept it. But Chelsea breaks. I watch her, throwing her feet up, as her figure gets further from me and closer to my red Mustang on the horizon. I don't know how. I don't remember, to be honest, but I ended up following her somehow, and suddenly was grabbing the door handle of my Mustang. Then I was inside, and the feeling had at least faded. What did you see? Nothing. But I felt, let's go. I don't want to talk about it. Where's the camera? I handed her the camera, and she flipped through the pictures I'd taken. They were unusually blurry, and as she scrolled, I saw more and more bubble-looking things. Dust. That's what I immediately thought. I knew nothing back then, I suppose. She stared intensely at some specific ones. Then a look of rage came onto her face. She began deleting every picture furiously, and in that moment, I thought only one thing: drama queen. I dropped Chelsea at home. She said very little. I told her that I would see her tomorrow at school. She turned and said, "Make sure you remove the SD card from the camera before you get home. Make sure all the photos are deleted." I ignored her and rolled my eyes after she shut the door and turned away. I went home, laid out my first day of school clothes, and slept better than I'd slept in a long time. My brother's room was right next to mine at Longford. We slept with our doors open. I'm not sure why. I think it was a childhood habit that I never would participate in today. I don't think he does either. I woke up at 6:15 that morning to his panicked face wailing over me. To this day, I've never in my life seen him so frightened. He was screaming, and my memory tells me crying, wailing. "Someone came into your room." "What? Someone is in your room. Get up." He dragged me out of bed and ran to the door, still clinging to me. I was more awake now and threw on the light. I saw nothing, except my tacky lilac room. He ran to the closet and flung the door open. Nothing. Then he ran to the bathroom, threw the door open, threw the shower curtain back, and nothing. I looked at him, eyebrows raised and almost laughing at him. His face turned paler. I woke up, and there was a light on in the hallway, and I saw a man. He was older, he had a long beard, overalls, and he was floating. He walked into your room. I saw it. It was not a dream. Don't look at me like that. I saw him. He began to tear up from frustration. My parents had noticed the sound at this point and came in. He told them what happened. The first exchange between these adults He's on ADD medication. He's been having nightmares on this one. We should probably switch him. Yes, but what if you saw Jesus? My mother had noticed his face before stating this. It was a face of disbelief, frustration, anger, and horror. I'm sorry, brother. I didn't believe you either. My mind had already begun to favor the adult side of things. Too scared to admit there are sometimes things we don't understand. Too arrogant and egotistical. I'm sorry. He moved out of that room soon after, and he moved into the guest bedroom, and the guest bedroom furniture moved into his old room. I was now alone on that side of the house, which I enjoyed for a time. I rearranged my bedroom furniture, as I wanted to participate in a change as well. One night, not long after, I woke up from the sound of footsteps in the hall. I figured it was my dad checking on me. My older brother had passed away when I was a baby, and my father never truly recovered. He would often come check on us while we slept. He always just wanted to make sure that we were still breathing, I guess. Step, step, step. It was familiar, so I rolled over and got more comfortable, preparing to fall back asleep. Step, step, step. I finally opened my eyes and checked out the door to look into the hallway. Nothing. Only the dim nightlight was staring back at me. Okay, he's walking around the kitchen for his late-night glass of milk. I leaned to the right to peer past the hallway. The kitchen light was off. Step, step, step. I was half awake and confused. I closed my eyes and listened hard. Where the fuck is that coming from? My eyes burst open as I realized. I slowly followed my lilac wall to the ceiling, which was unpainted. I froze and stared in disbelief. It was coming from the attic. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I felt something was so wrong, and I had to stay awake in case it decided it wanted to consume me. Something was there with me. A week later, my parents complained about squirrels in the attic, and suddenly I was sleeping very well again. Then, I heard it again, even after the exterminator said the holes were patched and the squirrels were gone. Step, step, step. No sleep. The next day, I went to the attic to figure this shit out myself. I opened the attic door and walked up the stairs. I studied where my room would be under this attic, and I found it. I walked over as far as I could, and I saw that nothing but insulation was covering the entirety of where my room would be. That night was the first time I ever slept with my door closed, and it hasn't changed ever since. Step, 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 step. Sometimes the footsteps sounded rushed, sometimes angry, sometimes sad, but they wouldn't come every night. Chelsea stopped sleeping over. I complained to my parents about the squirrel noises every now and then, but the exterminator never found anything. No traces of anything. No rats, bugs, squirrels, nothing. My parents didn't believe me, and my brother would almost ignore me when I mentioned it. He didn't want to hear it. Months went by, and finally, I was able to convince Chelsea to come over for a minute and watch some TV. As she entered the house, we were gossiping about someone from school. We laughed in the hallway, and then it happened again. She stopped, and this time, she fixed her eyes on the stairs leading to the media room. The stairs were zigzag stairs, so they would go up, then it would be a flat landing, then the stairs would go the opposite direction, and then you'd be in the media room. On the wall after the first set of stairs was a painting my mother had painted of a thunderstorm. Chelsea parted her lips and said in a whisper, "There's someone standing at the top of your stairs. I can see them in the painting's reflection." She left. I told my father that I suspected someone was in the media room. He searched everywhere up there. Nothing. I told him that Chelsea must have seen some shadows then. Another few months went by and I stopped going up to the media room. I used to secretly watch Family Guy up there when my parents were gone at work, but something was just wrong. It felt wrong being up there. Halloween came around and my brother and I were instructed to pull everything out of the attic. My brother ditched me halfway through and I was pissed. I angrily started grabbing the boxes and was verbally venting to myself about his lazy nature. I started down the steps of the attic and slowly started to lose my grip on one of the boxes. I paused to adjust, still livid. Then, a shot of air was blown from behind my head, right next to my ear. I watched as a few strands of hair reacted to the shot of air. They flew out in front of my face on the left side, like someone had intentionally snuck up behind me and blew air at the back of my ear in an attempt to scare me. Except, I was the only person here. I was venting about it after all. I knew where my brother was. He was downstairs playing Call of Duty with his stupid friends. Dad was in his room watching Judge Judy, his favorite, and Mom was on a 3-day trip. She was a flight attendant. She was in Seattle, 6 states away. I watched my hair fall back to the side of my face. I dropped the boxes and I let out a scream that I don't think I have yet to top. 12 years later, and I've never screamed like that again. I jumped and leaped down the remainder of the stairs and fell out of the attic door into the media room. My brother was already halfway up the stairs thinking something horrible had happened. I trembled out what happened. Someone blew in my ear. My hair, I saw it. It flew past my head. A smile cracked on his face and he started laughing at me. Payback for when I laughed at him his first time. Except this time he was the one in denial and disbelief. He was like me. He didn't want to believe. Life was already too scary and overwhelming. Why believe that? My dad followed and I immediately started lying to his horrified face. I tripped. Oh, are you okay? Yes. Okay. Finish getting the Halloween stuff out. Yes, sir. I turned to my brother and threatened to hurt him if he didn't finish helping me. He didn't. The next few years, I developed a habit of sleeping aids. Nothing major, just over-the-counter stuff. To this day, I take about 3 sleeping pills a night. My husband doesn't understand how my body's built up that kind of tolerance. He doesn't believe it either. If only he knew. The footsteps never stopped. Till the day we moved out, they never stopped. I finally started doing research into the house. Turns out it was owned by an older couple before us. And the husband hung himself in the attic above my room. Financial problems, apparently. I told my parents. They didn't believe me. I never told my brother. I figured he wouldn't want to know. I still wonder if his nightmares ever stopped. Mine didn't, but they have gotten more complex with age. Taxes, career, break-ins, car wrecks, plane crashes, ghosts of the past, you name it. We moved about a year later. I came home from university one day in our new home, my mother's dream home. She asked me to go back to Longford Drive. Our old mail was apparently over there. I drove up to the house. A shiver went down my spine. It started at my left ear. I had lived in a normal home for a few months now and hadn't realized how wrong Longford felt. Something was really wrong with it. Did I let it in? With the pictures that night at the cemetery? Had it always been there and I just hadn't noticed until my brother had his episode? I don't know. I don't want to know, still. Sometimes things are so frightening or traumatizing that you feel like you don't need to know. You don't want to face it. The world is scary enough. I walked to the front door of Longford Drive one last time and rang the doorbell. An older woman answered the door. I smiled and told her I was here for the mail. She jumped and went, "Oh, yes, here." She handed me a bundle of letters, magazines, and what I assume was mostly junk mail. I told her thank you and started to turn away. She stopped me. "Did you used to live in this house?" "Yes, ma'am, for many years." "Can I ask you a question?" "Yes." "Did you ever have problems with critters getting into the attic? We had someone come and check, but they said there were no signs of anything up there. It almost sounds like footsteps at night. My granddaughter comes to stay and keeps complaining that it sounds like footsteps in the attic. Any of this sound familiar?" No. She wouldn't have believed me anyway. And this time, I need someone to believe me. As some of you may know, I've had a previous experience at 1315 Wood Avenue. It's an ongoing, twice-a-night patrol check for my security company. The first check, just before midnight, 10/14/20. While finishing a zone check in the old North End neighborhoods, my dispatcher comes over. Rolling my eyes, I copied the traffic, but continued to 1315 Wood Avenue. Upon rolling up, a man in his 50s in a robe and pajamas ran up to the car with a cell phone in hand. "Thank you, he just arrived," said the man. I looked at him with a little confusion. I texted my dispatcher while the man began explaining the reason for his call. As the dispatcher confirmed that the next-door homeowner had called about suspicious activity and a noise complaint, the neighbor stated, "I know the home's empty at the moment, but I've been hearing odd noises for the last hour. When I looked outside, I saw someone moving around out of the light. Then a minute later, I hear a bang." I pulled out my light and I asked if he saw any defining features, to which he shook his head no. "All right, sir, well, I'll take a look and see if I can find anyone. Go ahead and head back inside your house," I said while shining my flashlight on the porch. As normal, the front of the house had construction materials near the entryways, and the lawn gnome being cleaned and restored. So I went around the back gate, which is a requirement of the home check anyways. Once in the back, I noticed that it was somehow darker than the last time when I was on patrol a few weeks back, which was unnerving, as most of the trees had dumped all the leaves, so lights from the neighbors' backyards should have lit it up. I checked the rear doors to make sure the padlocks were still in place. As normal, the home was boarded up tightly, with no opening it without a key. So I checked the carriage house. Since the last time I was on this patrol route, a door with a padlock was placed at the threshold to the stairs going to the second floor of the carriage house, and a warning written in marker saying, "Trespassers will be charged." I double-checked the first floor before exiting, while informing my dispatcher that no one appeared to be on the property. I took some photos. Before looking at them, I heard footsteps on the catwalk at the top of the fire stairs on the main house. I looked over to see an inky black figure with no visible features. I hopped over the gate at the base of the stairs and feverishly climbed up, disregarding the warning sign at the base. When at the top, I pulled my light again and released the hood of my holster, but no person. I walked to the far end, carefully watching my step as the metal catwalk swayed with every movement. But like the ground-level doors, the doors and windows up there were locked. I came down and lit a cigarette and began writing a report for the service call. After finishing the report and still having a few drags left on my smoke, I finally looked at my pictures. On the bottom floor window of the carriage house, I saw a face. In fact, it was the same discolored, distorted face I saw the last time I was on this patrol, that briefly peered out at me from the upper floor of the main house. Excited but a little bit freaked out, I went back to the front where I snapped another photo. In reality, I wish I'd recorded a video. In the photo of the front, I saw a moving shadow at the window I had seen the face in last time. The figure waved in and out like it was cast from a silhouette of a person being illuminated by a candle. But as quickly as I saw it, it faded. Pleased, I returned to my cruiser and cleared the property. The second check, 2:11 a.m., 10:15:20. After conducting normal checks, I took a little extra time on the property. I started using a ghost hunting app to see if I could receive a spirit voice. But before pushing start, I didn't think of the fact that my phone's audio is connected through my radio's earwig. The crackling was ear-piercingly loud. I started with the question, "Are there spirits here?" And I received the answer I wanted, followed by questions that were answered like, "Is James Burns speaking to me?" And, "Do you walk these grounds?" I finally asked my final question of the night. "James Ferguson Burns, can I see you?" Within a few seconds, it responded. See the picture. I have no doubt anymore that the first owner of this home still inhabits this property. Now that he's identified himself, I will greet him whenever I arrive and bid him farewell before leaving. Did you ever have one of those babysitters that just sucked? Yeah, me too. Then I had the literal babysitter from hell, and it made my shitty babysitters look like saints. I was about 7 or 8. Can't remember if I was going to have my 8th birthday or my 9th, but anyways, I was young. My mom often used whatever babysitter was recommended by her friends or coworkers, very rarely finding someone on her own. Someone without references was a no-go. Now, I will preface this by saying I was definitely one of those kids who hated all babysitters. I always wanted to be with my mom. I wouldn't exactly lie about my babysitters, but I always said I didn't have fun, even if I did. Somehow in my child brain, I thought that if I never had a good time, my mom would just stop sending me to them. Anyways, this is to say that my mom was pretty over my complaints, and she didn't really want to hear how much I didn't like Rose. Because I hadn't even met her yet, I needed to give her a chance. Okay, the story. So yeah, her name was Rose. Kind of an old name for someone who appeared to be younger than my mom. She wasn't very warm. I remember my mom telling me that Rose babysat a friend of mine. This was her way of trying to get me to warm up to someone. But I was still a bit disappointed when I found out I was the only kid that Rose would be watching that night. She didn't have any siblings or other kids around, and her apartment wasn't even pet-friendly. After I'd been at the apartment for a while, Rose asked if I wanted to play a game. I, of course, did want to play a game, but was reluctant to do so. But there was something about Rose that made me feel like I actually had to do what she said. So I agreed to playing a game. She smiled. It was the first time I'd seen that from her all night. But it didn't make me feel happy, if that makes sense. It was unsettling, to be truthful. She leaves the main living room and heads into her bedroom. When she reemerges, she's holding a box, some kind of board game that I've never seen before. I read the side of the box, but it doesn't even register. Doesn't make sense. I'd never seen this word before. In big letters it read, OUIJA. What the heck is that? I believe these were my exact words. Rose just looked at me with that same smile, promising me that I would love this game. She cleared off this small table in her living room and placed the board on the table. Then she grabbed this magnifying glass-looking arrow and placed it in the center of the board. I remember I started asking a lot of questions, and instead of yelling at me or even getting annoyed, she simply stared at me placed a finger over my mouth while she made a shushing noise. I stopped asking questions, but then she started asking questions. I almost thought her questions were for me, but they made no sense. Are you here now? Or, can you introduce yourself to my new friend? I didn't answer any of these questions. Instead, I stared at the board intently, then back to Rose. At one point, I tried to move my hands off of the centerpiece thing, but Rose applied pressure to mine, saying very sternly that I couldn't move my hands. I told her I didn't want to play this game anymore, but she wasn't listening to me. Instead, telling me that's not how this game works. She asked the room, the board, I don't know who, "Can you show yourself again?" And just as she asks this question, I feel my arms being yanked, and I see her arms being yanked as the centerpiece moves rapidly to the word no. She asks this again, and the same thing happens, except it doesn't stop after just one. It goes back and forth between yes and no, so quickly that I literally feel like it's rubbing parts of the board off. I remember fighting my grip away from the centerpiece. When it finally released, I was running out of the living room and locking myself in the bathroom. I literally don't remember what happened after that. I must have fallen asleep, passed out, whatever. I don't remember leaving the apartment. But I remember coming to, screaming that I didn't want to go back, over and over. Then I could hear my mom's voice, and I barely opened my eyes and realized I was in my mom's car. Then I heard her say, ever so calmly from the driver's seat, "We aren't going back there, sweetie. Not ever." As soon as the words resonated, I was fast asleep again. My mom hates this story for obvious reasons, but it is what it is. It happened. And thankfully, she decided not to work overtime that night, even though she planned to ahead of time. She told me later in life that she just had a feeling and decided to leave work and come get me. When I was younger, I told my mom everything that happened, everything I could remember. She believed me, but she tried to tell me that I started having bad nightmares at Rose's house, that Rose wasn't a good fit, other things like that. As an adult, I asked more questions about this experience because I still remembered it differently. I figured she would tell me now that I was older. So I asked her one day, "What did you walk into that night?" Because the last thing I remember is locking myself in the bathroom. That's exactly what I walked into, you being locked in the bathroom. She said Rose answered the door with a literal, "Oh shit." My mom didn't like that, so she charged through Rose, only to see two other people sitting on the couch, drinking beers, with the Ouija board and paraphernalia spread out on the table. She said she screamed at Rose, asking why she left me in the bathroom. Why didn't she try to unlock it? Grabbing a bobby pin from her hair, my mom popped the lock open in seconds, and she found me sleeping in the bathtub. She said she raised hell on the way out. She was calling the cops, and she was going to sue the shit out of Rose, and if that didn't work, she was going to beat the living shit out of her. The first time my mom told me this, I was like, "Whoa, Mom, that's absolutely insane of you." Then she explained that I didn't see the condition that I was in. Curled into a ball, scratch marks on my hands, shaking. I decided that she wasn't overreacting. In fact, she probably underreacted because she never did press charges. Absolutely slandered Rose's name through town, but didn't press charges. I'm sure there's more to that story than I'm even aware of. Regardless, though, enough to qualify as scary. If the actual babysitter from hell doesn't terrify you, I don't know how a possessed planchette wouldn't. Lately, I've been getting into the habit of reading the latest true ghost stories before going to bed.
Yesterday, my wife, seeing me absorbed in these stories before bed, asks me what I was reading. When I explain to her, she says, "It reminds me of the story I told you, the one when I was still in high school with my grandmother." I didn't remember her story at all, but she refreshed my memory, and after listening to the story, I asked her if I could share it here, which she accepted. So, some backstory. My wife and I are from the Horn of Africa, and a lot of things that I read are very present in our culture, whether it's men and women turning into hyenas at night, people living with spirits surrounding them, etc. I don't believe in these stories, not all of them, even though I myself have experienced some very strange things. So to tell my wife's story, I'm going to write it in first person because it's more convenient for me. So here it is. I was still in high school at the time. My grandmother often came to visit us at home. As usual, she often came to talk to my mother about things in general. I only remember that every Thursday, she held a kind of coffee ceremony with my mom, which is very common in our culture. Surprisingly, I never asked myself this question before traveling abroad, but it's true. Our coffee ceremonies, not only ours at home, but in our country in general, are very much like a kind of religious ritual. We roast the coffee, we light a lot of incense so the room is filled with smoke, and often we recite prayers. It is often said that it cleanses and purifies the home. That day, I stayed with my grandmother and mother in the room where they were holding the coffee ceremony. I listened to them talk, and out of tiredness, I started to doze off, my head resting right next to my grandmother. After a while, my mother and grandmother stopped talking, and I felt that something was happening around me. I was wide awake, but I didn't want to show it. I don't know why, but I pretended like I was still asleep. After a while, I heard my grandmother speaking, but it wasn't her. It was a very husky and masculine voice. My grandmother, or whoever had taken her place, greeted my mother. My mother replied with a lot of respect, but above all, a lot of naturalness. At that time, I had problems with my tonsils, and my mother was very worried. She asked the spirit if I was going to recover from my tonsil problems, and the spirit told her not to worry, that everything would be fine. It was strange, my mother addressing my grandmother in the plural, as if she was talking to several people. She spent at least 20 minutes asking all sorts of questions, which my grandmother answered. The spirits possessing my grandmother finally warned my mother that my grandmother was not doing as they commanded, and that this is why she was in poor health. They told my mother that my grandmother must never miss the Thursday coffee ceremony, or she would have to pay the consequences, which was her health, I guess. After 20 or 30 minutes, my grandmother came to her senses and asked my mother what they said. My mother told her that she had to follow what they told her to do in order to stay healthy. All the while, I was petrified and didn't want to show that I was awake. Okay, so that's my wife's story. And I was talking to my wife about this last night. I still say I don't believe in these stories in general, though it is amazing that stories like skinwalkers are so prevalent in our culture. It was common knowledge that a neighbor turned into a hyena some nights, and many other stories about people you meet every day but spend some nights in the middle of wild animals, or people living with spirits, even the spirits manifesting themselves in front of you, etc. Finally, to conclude, I think that what happened with the grandmother in question is a possession that we call SARA in our country. Basically, some people live with spirits inside of them that give them orders in order to appease the spirits. For some spirits, it is to read Quranic or biblical verses every night. For others, it is to do coffee ceremonies every week. The most amazing thing about my wife's story is that it is completely integrated into the culture, and that people even seek advice from these spirits who possess people. By the way, the funny thing is that my mother is possessed by this type of spirit as well. For her, she also has to organize a coffee ceremony, but only once a year, when she makes an animal sacrifice, usually sheep or chicken, and she's dressed entirely in red from dawn to dusk. I know it's super weird, but I come from a very traditional country. For us, it is totally normal. I never told this story to anyone until now. I stay in an area of North Carolina that back in the early 1800s had the biggest sawmill in the United States at the time. The town of Elizabethtown now sits on the grounds of that sawmill. To the north is Bladen Lake State Forest. There's a creek there called Turnbull Creek, named after the Indian chief that laid claim to the land there. My grandfather told me Chief Turnbull struck a deal with the sawmill and allowed them to cut the trees, except in one area where many of their ancestors were laid to rest. The story goes that the loggers began cutting, and for years there was no problems that had come between the loggers and the tribe, until the day they cut on the sacred land. A battle broke out, and in the end, the tribe was slaughtered, all except the chief. It was said he cursed the land and swore to protect it forever. It was said he changed into black smoke, as dark as coal. And in it were two bright red eyes, like fire. A story when told in detail would scare any kid from venturing off into those woods, except me and my then best friend. In my younger years, I loved to explore, so naturally those woods made a great place to have adventures and for discovery. The creek always gave me relief from hot summer days. The cool water fed by springs so cold that even in the heat it would give you goosebumps. I used to think that there was gold in that water for the glittery flakes you would find all over your skin after a dip in the tea-colored waters. You always had to be careful of where you took a swim because cottonmouths, water moccasins, and rattlesnakes enjoyed the banks. The forest around it was loaded with wildlife: deer, black bear, raccoons, and squirrels. They could be seen on a daily basis. Sometimes, if you were lucky, you'd find an arrowhead or a railroad spike from the old logging rail that went down the side of the creek. The old dirt road to the creek was a good hour walk from the neighborhood. I remember one spot on the road was always cold, even in the summer. So cold, in fact, that we would run as fast as we could through it. Sometimes it felt like the temperature would drop from 99 to 50 degrees right there. Eventually, I got curious as to why. Maybe it was another creek that nobody knew about, or a pond filled with fish, or maybe something else. Whatever it was, I was going to find out. In June, me and my best friend set out to find out. My grandfather told us not to, and he told me the story of Chief Turnbull. I wrote it off as an old tale to scare kids, and set off into the woods anyways. I never believed in ghost stories. This one wasn't going to scare me either. I told my best friend to be prepared for my grandfather to try to scare us, and off we went. I remember walking forever through those woods and never finding anything. So we decided to follow the cold air and see where it went. After some time had passed, we came upon a thick area in the woods. Thorny vines and thick underbrush was everywhere. The cold air was coming from the inside of this thicket. We found what we thought was a deer trail, and crawling on our hands and knees, we made our way through it. It felt like 100 feet we crawled before everything cleared. No trees, no brush, just tall grass and mounds of dirt scattered about. And the air was freezing cold. The whole clearing was surrounded by the thicket like a ring. The air was misty, like a light morning fog. In the middle of the clearing was what looked like smoke from a campfire. It was a dark smoke, and in it, it looked like a person standing there. All I could see was the outline of a body, but when it turned around, I saw the eyes, bright red like fire. It moved towards us, quicker than we could react. When we did react, we moved like lightning had struck our feet. I never knew a person could run on all fours, but we did that day, right back through the thicket. So fast, it seemed like a flash. Behind us, we could hear something stomping through the woods like a charging bear, and people whispering in our ears. We made it out of the thicket and never stopped running. We ran until the air warmed up and we couldn't breathe enough air in. I think it stopped chasing us long before we stopped running, because we didn't hear it anymore. But why not be a little safe and make sure? When we made it out of the woods, it was starting to get dark. No words were spoken on that walk home. Just two kids trying to make sense of what happened in their heads. We walked by his house, and then mine was a block away. I had to walk past my grandfather's house to get home. He was sitting on the front porch when I walked by. He asked me if I found what we were looking for, and I told him yes. He asked if I wanted to show him with a smile, in which I replied no. The next day, I went back to my grandfather's house. He told me how he did the same thing when he was little, how he saw the clearing and the mounds. He said it chased him out of there too. Them woods hide a many dark secret, and that was just one of them, I remember him saying. My best friend and I drifted apart after that. He never spoke to me about it, and I never spoke about it to him. He's now the chief of police in a town close by, and I work for an engineering firm, building roads and bridges. My stepson came to me not long ago and asked if we could ride that road one night and spotlight deer. I told him, go if you want to, but I wouldn't. Them woods hide a many dark secret. Some you don't want to discover. Sometimes I ride by that dirt road. Sometimes I will look down it. Sometimes I see a smoky figure standing there with glowing red eyes, looking back at me. When I do, I know Chief Turnbull is still there, and he's still protecting the sacred lands. He won't have to protect them from me, though. I'll never go back. Okay, so me and my boyfriend live together with one roommate. There's 5 animals in the house, 2 dogs and 3 cats. Small, unexplainable stuff has happened in the house, such as doors opening by themselves or stuff being out of place. But nothing big before this. There's been 3 incidents so far. My boyfriend saw it twice, and myself once. We have the kitchen and lounge room right next to each other. The sofa was against the kitchen counter on the other side. My boyfriend was standing in the kitchen and through the window saw one of our dogs outside, standing up behind a small fire pit thing. But a second later, he looked at the couch and saw the same dog asleep, laying on the couch. A few days later, he saw the same thing, but this time with one of our cats, again looking through the kitchen window. The time that I saw something similar goes like this. 2 dogs started barking outside at something, really angrily barking, which is unusual. My boyfriend went outside to go check on them. In our room, we have a long, skinny window on top of the wall, which faces the front gate where the dogs were barking. I see another one of our cats, cat number 2, walking away towards the garden in our front yard, on the other side of the gate. I just assumed the cat jumped the gate, and the dogs were barking at that. My boyfriend got back inside, and I told him it was all good. They were just barking at cat number 2. He looked confused and told me that that cat was asleep on the couch inside. I went and looked, and yes, she was asleep on the couch. I felt really uneasy after that. Now, before you think it, I know the cat outside was my cat. It had the exact same collar and the exact same coloring and patterns. I know I didn't mistake a stray cat or anything like that. I'm just not sure what it could be at all. We did some small research and thought maybe skinwalkers, but I honestly have no idea. If anyone has any advice or knows what it could be, please let me know. This story takes place in Sussex County, Delaware. This morning I dropped my father off at work. At the time, I thought it was strange that we hadn't seen any deer in or around the road, because the area surrounding the mill that he works at was usually swarming with them. There's no hunting allowed there, and there's no large natural predators for them to fear, really. Skipping ahead, after leaving the mill I dropped my father off at, I rode the winding road out, and to my left there's a massive field with 2 grain silos bordering its edge. On the leftmost side of the silo, there was a creature, about 50 yards out in the field. It was the size of a large dog. It had no visible ears, no tail. I couldn't make out any eyes or facial features. It had a relatively short muzzle. Its rear legs were longer than its front legs, making it almost slant downwards. It was black and seemingly non-reflective, almost giving me the feeling as though I was staring into a creature-shaped void. It was trotting along the field, but the way it moved was all wrong. It stepped first with its rear legs, and then the front, and the rear legs sort of flexed, as if they were wet noodles, which made me think that it was an injured dog at first, but it moved very quickly. I only saw the creature for 20 seconds or so, but I'm still shaken up. It's all I can think of, and I feel very unsettled and disturbed. What could this be? So, my current job. Y'all, I'm not entirely sure about this place. It's a hotel that's only like 3 years old. Nothing was really here before that. Though I don't know the history of the area. When I first started here, I heard one of the guests apparently killed themselves in their room. But I've never confirmed it. And really, so far, nothing crazy has happened to make me question it, but the other night I was making my rounds, emptying the full public trash cans. I went up the elevator to check on the cans just outside of them, and after checking one, I went back on the elevator and waited for the door to close. The door started to close, then immediately opened back up. Nobody was outside of it pressing any buttons, and nothing inside was blocking the door. Could be a mechanical glitch, so I passed it off. I did get a chill when it happened, as if there were a ghost there, which I do get when there's a ghost around, but it could have just been me freaking myself out. Those chills are very similar. But then tonight, I was in the break room bathroom. I use it frequently. While in there, I've heard the people above me in their room moving around, the people in their room on the other side of the wall moving around, and people in the public bathroom on the other side of the wall, flushing the toilet or slamming the toilet lid. My wife is the only other person working with me on third shift, and employees are the only ones who can access the break room through the laundry room door, which is keycard activated. I've even heard her come into the area before looking for clean towels for guests. From the bathroom, I can hear the laundry room door shut as it slams loudly. Tonight, while in the bathroom, I distinctly heard someone walking on the laundry break room floor and heard little things making noise like something being moved and tapping a table or a wall. I know those sounds well, and I'm 100% sure the noises were coming from the laundry or break room. I figured it was my wife looking for towels or something for guests again, except I never heard the door slam shut. I just figured she propped it open or held it until it shut quietly. When I left the room, I saw her at the front desk and asked if she'd been in that room. She said she hadn't been in there at all tonight. What's even stranger is someone spilled something sticky on the floor and didn't clean it up, so walking through there made my shoes sound sticky all over. But the footsteps I heard didn't stick to the floor. By the way, I did just finish mopping that area so that the floors aren't sticky anymore. Unlike those that I work with, I actually do my job. Both my mom and dad have told me this story, and I believe it because this is the only thing they both agree on. They divorced in 1988, and I first heard this story many years later. Back in the mid-70s, they got married and moved to Tennessee from Ohio. One New Year's Eve, they stayed with some friends. My mom says she doesn't even think they were drinking or smoking weed, which I find hard to believe considering I know how they were back then. But if she says they weren't, they probably weren't. Both of them were laying on the floor watching TV while their friends sat on the couch. Their young daughter was in bed sleeping. My mom heard shuffling and looked over from the TV to the doorway to the hall. She saw a short female making her way toward the bathroom. She was wearing a long, old-fashioned nightgown and sleeping cap. My mom asked the friends where they got their daughter that nightgown and cap, and said they were cute. They said their daughter didn't have a nightgown or cap, that she just had pajamas. Mom looked at Dad and asked if he'd seen that, and he said he had. They checked the bathroom and nobody was in it. There was nowhere else for anyone to go. They checked the bedroom and the daughter was in bed sleeping in her pajamas. The house sat down below the road, which curved right as it got to the house and ran along in front of it. The friends told my parents that one night, somebody drove straight off the road and crashed through the roof into the living room, landing on the old lady that lived there and killing her. It was her that they saw. Ever since I can remember, I've felt something with me. Ghost or not, it doesn't scare me, but it likes to play jokes. One of the instances that stands out was about 10 years ago. I was still living with my parents at the time, and I decided to cook dinner. I love to cook, so it was never a chore, but I hate peeling potatoes. My dad has never minded peeling them for me, so we went into the kitchen together to prepare the dinner. Our kitchen bar was an L shape, and the little part of the L was always clear, except when we were preparing food. My dad and I started getting everything out of the cabinets that we would need. He then asked me if I'd seen any of the potato peelers. I told him no, but I would help him look. My mom is just like me in the fact that everything has a place, so I thought this task would be simple. But my father and I look in the drawer where they usually are, and then the dishwasher, and then the dish strainer. We were beginning to get frustrated. We started looking in the cabinets and other places that we knew they weren't supposed to be, but it was worth a shot. While my dad was at the other end of the kitchen, I bent down to look in the cabinets under the small part of the L, and my dad called my name. I stood up and looked at him, and with my back toward the bar. He had a blank stare on his face and was just pointing. I turned to see what he was pointing at, and on the edge of the bar, 2 of the potato peelers were neatly placed side by side. A more recent event happened a couple of weeks ago. A little bit of a side note, my husband absolutely hates to misplace or lose things. One morning, we'd gotten up, made our bed, and went to the kitchen for breakfast. On top of our freshly made bed, my husband placed his wallet to come back for later. After breakfast, he said he needed to go to the store, and proceeded to our bedroom while I stayed in the kitchen, cleaning up. All of a sudden I heard, "You've got to be kidding me." I smiled because I knew what had happened. He came back into the kitchen and asked if any of our children had been in the bedroom. I replied that they had gotten out of bed and been in the kitchen the entire time. After 10 years of being with me, the last thing he thinks of is my friend, as he calls it, hiding things. I told him I would go and help him look, so we headed back to the room to look. We looked under the bed, on our dressers, in the bathroom, and then slowly took off every layer of the bed. At the end of the search, still no wallet, and the cover and sheets lay in a big pile at the head of the bed. Being the OCD man that he is, and hating that something had disappeared, he tried to convince me and himself that maybe he sat it in the living room or kitchen. To humor him, I followed him through the house, searching room by room, even the rooms we both knew he didn't go in. By this time, he was angry. I told him it would turn up and that I was going to go make the bed again. As soon as I stepped in the door, I called for him to come. Lying on the top of the mound of covers lay his wallet. He doesn't like my friend. These experiences made me stop working the night shift. When I worked as a personal support worker on the night shift at a long-term care home, I had a resident ring a bell at 2:59 a.m. I went in and asked her what she needed, and she proceeded to yell that there was a man in her bathroom and that I needed to get him out. We had people who would wander into other rooms, so I asked her what the man looked like, and she said that he was a black figure and he had no face. I calmed her down and then told whoever was in the bathroom that they had to leave her alone. I then went back to my charting around 3:10. I had another call bell ring, but from the other side of the floor, from where the first bell went off. I went into this resident's room. This particular resident would ask for pain meds around this time, and I asked if he needed meds. He told me, and I quote, "There's a creepy man in my room with no face. You need to get him out." My blood ran cold, and I had a nurse stay with me on the floor for the rest of my night shift. So yeah, when I worked the night shift, all sorts of fun stuff would happen. I'd bring wheelchairs out for cleaning after everyone was in bed, and I'd walk down the hall 20 minutes later when it was time to clean them, and they would be on the opposite end of the hall from where I'd pulled them out. Pens would disappear, lights would flicker, the usual creepy stuff. Please keep in mind, I'm alone in these stories. No one could be playing tricks on me. Not to mention, I worked on a locked dementia ward. There once was a man in the last room on the first floor. The room always had to be dark, the curtains closed. He refused care and was all around a very unpleasant individual. Well, fast forward to last year. He passes away, and we transferred a lady, for the purpose of the story we'll call her E, from the third floor. So E moved to the first floor from the third floor. And then we noticed a change in her behavior. She went from being this sweet but spunky lady to just a total shut-in. She was grumpy, violent, and anxious all the time. She then somehow fell and broke her hip. So I was assigned as a one-on-one with her to make sure she got the care she needed. She demanded that I sit beside her and hold her hand the entire time I was there. If I got up to do anything, she would scream. I got up to ask the nurse for some pain meds, and she grabbed my arm and said, "Please don't leave me, don't leave me. There's something in this room, and it's trying to kill me." This happened every time I would go in. So a couple of weeks later, I was taken off the one-on-one, and the day after I was taken off, she passed away. So after E, we had a new lady move in. We'll call her M. M was a sweet lady. She always took her meds, never refused care, and was all around lovely. Except for when it was nighttime, and she had to go to bed. She would resist care and cause a fit. One night, after she got settled, I came in for her brief change, and the nurse came in with me to give M her meds. I was cleaning up in the washroom and I heard M ask the nurse the most chilling question. Am I going to die soon? The nurse, of course, said, Oh God, no. Why do you ask, M? And she responded with, Because at night, the man and the lady in my room tell me that I am. I left the room with the nurse after that, and she was pale as a ghost. I asked the nurse if she was okay, and she said, I had a dream last night that E was sitting at the end of my bed, laughing and teasing the new lady in her room. My sister's been dead for 18 years, but I don't think she ever left me. I actually need some advice with this, because it's been going on my whole life, basically. This may not be a particularly thrilling story, but still eerie enough for this, I think. Starting from the beginning, I was born a twin, but my twin sister died at birth, and so did all 6 children my parents had after me. Those died pretty early into pregnancy, so it was mostly miscarriages. My twin was the only one who took a few breaths before passing. I'm the only one who survived and grew up to be an adult. I've only lived in one house during my entire lifetime, until recently, when I eventually, finally, got to move out. And there's a good reason for that. I learned about my siblings, especially my twin sister, when I was 14 years old. But when I was a first grader, I would wholeheartedly believe I wasn't an only child. I would tell my teachers and the other children about my sister that I was playing with and sharing a room with. Of course, I don't have actual memories of this because no one was there, but I also didn't lie for attention. I genuinely believed that. I had a fair share of trauma and mental illness in my life already, so when I started to hallucinate disfigured shadows and children in my house at age 12, I went to see a therapist, and it was deemed a symptom of my PTSD. The shadows would form a kind of uncanny form of a young girl, most of the time. Until recently, I just considered those hallucinations side effects of my admittedly fragile mental state, since the encounters really scared me. Sometimes, it even felt like it would talk to me in a weird, unfriendly way. Some have suggested that it could be demonic, which I can't completely dismiss, simply for the fact that those shadows had such a mental chokehold on me for 2 whole years and weren't really comforting. But that could have genuinely been my mental health. Well, they stopped around the age of 14, when my mother finally told me about my siblings. But still, on the staircase to my room and around the dinner table, where those things appeared, I feel watched or even chased, especially at night. Sometimes, when I'm awake late, I hear footsteps up the stairs to my room, but they stop just in front of the last step. They don't go back down, but seem to start from the very bottom, up again, a few minutes later. So far, so plausible. I'm mentally ill. But this changed when I got together with my boyfriend. He started sleeping over and spending more time at the house naturally, and I never told him about my scary encounters. So, when we were still up one night, and the footsteps occurred, which I had learned to ignore quite well, and he looked up from his phone screen, clearly alert, my stomach dropped. He's a skeptic, so after he mentioned how the sounds were weird, he quickly got his mind off of it. A few weeks later, my boyfriend went to the bathroom at night. In the morning, he told me how weird he felt walking up the stairs. He felt like something was watching and chasing him. I never told him about how I always feel this exact thing when I walk up those stairs. Those occurrences with him started piling up until I got genuinely terrified of staying longer than necessary at this godforsaken house. Right after I turned 18, earlier this year, I started working my hardest to afford to move out, and I finally did, last week. So far, I haven't had any scary encounters in my new home. Something is telling me it was her. Since I was a child, she's been tormenting me. The way my skeptic boyfriend experienced it the same exact way, without knowing, convinced me I'm not crazy. When I was 6 or 7 years old, around 1998, I lived in this very old apartment in Skokie, Illinois. To give you an idea of how old it was, it still used one of those old skeleton keys where you could look through the keyhole and see the other room. I was in my room playing on the side of the bed with my Power Ranger toys. It was about 5 or 6 p.m. The TV was on, and I was alone in the room with my uncle somewhere else in our apartment. I remember this all so clearly, like it happened yesterday. I felt a pressure on my ankle, a painful pressure. I look down, and I see a hand, deceased looking, grabbing my leg, trying to pull me under the bed. I fought back, trying to pull my leg away. This only happened for a few seconds. It let go, and at the time, I thought it was my older cousin pulling a prank on me. So I crawled under the bed to see if it was him. Underneath the bed were only empty boxes and nothing to be found. Fast forward to 2021, I finally told my uncle about what happened, and to my surprise, he also had weird things happen to him in that apartment. He told me every night he would have a dream or a nightmare about all of us dying in there. One of them was the apartment collapsing on us. So now I'm curious to ask my other family members that lived there if they ever experienced anything out of the ordinary. So a few nights ago, I was going to bed while my partner was asleep in the lounge. I tried to wake him up, but he wouldn't, so I just left him, as he looked comfortable anyways. When I went upstairs, I laid in bed on Facebook for about 20 minutes. When I heard footsteps coming up the stairs and into our room, they stopped at the door next to our bed. I looked to the side and saw someone standing there, more like a black figure. It was dark. I couldn't make out any features. Just thinking it was my partner, I looked back at my phone, thinking nothing of it. Now, this is when it freaked me out. I was still thinking it was my partner, and I saw him walk down the hallway. I thought he was going to the bathroom, but then the bathroom door never opened, and I never heard the toilet. When I sat up in bed, I could see straight down the hallway, and it was dark and quiet. At this point, I knew it wasn't my partner, because there's no way he'd be in the bathroom without the lights on. I went back downstairs once I calmed down, and he was still asleep. I made sure I woke him up, and he checked all of the rooms and closets upstairs in case there was an intruder, which wasn't the case. It was so weird. I can't stop thinking about it. And that brings me to tonight. It was less than an hour ago. I was downstairs watching Netflix. Everyone is asleep upstairs, and I'm the only one downstairs when I hear something in the kitchen, right next to where I'm sitting. So I walked over to where the sound was coming from, and it was a ball from one of my son's toys, lightly bouncing. It was one of those small plastic balls, and it made the sound a ball makes when you play table tennis, for example. I just picked it up and put it away. Didn't give it much attention. I checked to see if there was wind, but all the doors and windows were locked. Our house is only a year old, so I don't think a draft would be the case. I'm not too sure, though. I can't help but have the feeling that this is just the start of something. When I was 22 years old, I was pregnant with my oldest child. My child's father, who we'll call Rob, had used illicit drugs in the past before we got together. Our bedroom was set up with our dresser placed against the wall, opposite from our bed. One night, I awoke to the sound of scratching. I looked to the foot of the bed and I saw the outline of Rob's body sitting there, facing the dresser. He was leaning forward a bit, as if he were hovering over something on top of the dresser. I thought he was cutting up drugs, even though he had never done so during the 4 years we'd been together. Extremely confused, I whispered, "Rob, what are you doing?" He didn't acknowledge that he heard me, so with a little more volume in my voice, I repeated his name. Again, no response. He just continued scratching at the dresser. Irritated, I threw the blanket off of myself, huffed loudly, and began to scoot down to the edge of the bed. But I stopped abruptly and froze. Before I had the chance to make any significant movement, I heard a sudden snort. You know, the sound that people make when they snore and you interrupt their sleep, but they don't fully wake up. I slowly looked to my left and realized that Rob had been sleeping soundly next to me the entire time. I'll start off with a bit of backstory. I was in the 2nd grade during the time of this story, and now I'm 23. My mom and then stepdad moved into a house in Seminole, Florida, which had originally belonged to 3 older ladies that were sisters, who eventually passed on, leaving the house to go up for sale. The house was extremely outdated. My parents got it for cheap, using extra money to renovate and update the house. A few things that stuck out to me before my parents started renovating. All the light switch covers had the Virgin Mary imprinted on them, an emblem saying "In God We Trust," or a cross. In the living room, the biggest wall had wallpaper on it, with a scene of village people from what seemed like the 1800s. Crosses hung above every doorway or entrance to each room. My mom also kept a neat antique bookcase that was left there before we moved in. On to the story of things I experienced in this house. We would receive mail addressed to all of the sisters, separate envelopes with each name. And they would include 1 penny taped to each typed letter. I remember one of the names being Josephina. After watching the Halloween episode of Zack and Cody, where Esteban calls spirits through a crystal ball, I thought it would be fun to gather my parents and act out the scene. Holding my parents' hands, I called out, "Josephina, if you're here, give me a sign." After I was done being silly, I went to my room, and as soon as I flipped the light switch on, one of the light bulbs made a loud popping sound and went out. I used to wake up in the middle of the night regularly, scared from a bad dream or something silly. And to feel safe, I would turn my TV on and eventually fall back to sleep. One night, after waking up, I was watching TV and heard some fidgeting in the living room. My door was halfway open, and the living room was across from my bedroom. The doors in the house were wood and hollow in the center, making any tap on them fairly loud and deep. After hearing the fidgeting, I'm still looking at the open space between the frame and the door, and there was a loud smack on the door, pushing it open a little bit more. But there was absolutely no one there. My parents were sleeping, and we had no animals. At 8:20 p.m. every night, 8 p.m. was my bedtime, and I had a clock on my nightstand. I would feel a light pressure rub against the top of the covers at the end of my bed, over my feet. No one was there, but it happened at the same time every night, as if maybe whatever spirit was in the house was saying goodnight. One day I was going out alone for a hike in an area that only me and my cousin know about, and I passed by a really old building. It had some very old, dusty photos of a man and a woman in one of the windows from the communist era, and I was thinking to myself about how they're probably dead now. After that, I got a really weird vibe during the whole hike, which I've done 100 times before in the same area. Then, night fell, so I started heading back home. I had a small flashlight on me, which I was using to get back and to make sure I didn't step on something or fall. As I was coming home, through a different remote spot, on a hill, with no buildings or paths or anything like that, never used by people, just wilderness, far from town. I kid you not, right behind me in the grass, I heard a literal music box start playing a tune while I was walking. I could hear it while I was walking, and when I stopped walking to listen to it better, I heard it for a split second clearly, and then it stopped, almost like it knew I had stopped to listen for it. As scared as I was, I started looking around and I couldn't find it anywhere in the grass, but the sound came from that exact area, very close to me. It just stopped mid-song, and I didn't hear it again. I ran home really scared because I've never had anything like that happen to me before, and I'm not someone who believes in the paranormal, but this made me really, really scared. I also recognized the tune of the song. It was French. It's called Frère Jacques, and our French teacher used to sing it to us in 4th grade to help us relax, and we would sit with our heads on the desks and pretend to be sleeping, like Frère Jacques does in the lyrics of the song. That teacher died of a heart attack in the 6th grade, and my PE teacher at the time also died of lung cancer shortly after. Literally don't know what to make of that night. The moment I heard the music box playing in the middle of nowhere, right next to me, in real life, I just stopped moving and thought to myself, you've got to be kidding me. This isn't happening. I was also alone in the whole area and the whole trip. It left me freaked out. I never heard it again during other hikes, and none of my friends or cousins or anyone commented anything about it. I don't think it was set up. I'm 100% sure it wasn't in my head, because I was hearing it while walking through the grass and shrubs, and when I stopped, I kept hearing it clearly from behind me. I don't drink alcohol. I don't do any type of drugs. I don't take any sort of medication or anything like that. I'm just baffled. I'm going to do my best in retelling the story that my grandfather's told me a few times. In the 1970s, he lived near Green Bay, Wisconsin, and he did a lot of nighttime fishing on Lake Michigan in his wooden canoe that he owned at the time, given to him by his grandfather. It was going to be mine, but during this story, my grandfather gave a pretty straightforward reason why he doesn't have it to pass on to me. Not that I honestly needed a wooden canoe that I'd never use taking up space in my apartment. I'd be forced to choose between having a bed and a canoe in my apartment, so thanks, Grandpa. But I've digressed from the actual story and how it happened, so it's 1970. My grandfather is doing his thing on his wooden canoe, fishing at night with a net, some live bait he handpicked out of my great-grandma's garden, and his rusty homemade pole. Apparently this part of the lake was one of the most peaceful places to be during his youth. His secret nook, he called it. It's a crystal clear night, quiet, with the moon's reflection illuminating the lake. He's been on the lake for roughly an hour or two, and he's already caught 3 fish, 4 if you count the one he tossed back. As my grandfather patiently waits for another bite, he sees what he describes as an upside-down cereal bowl-looking object, bobbing in the water a couple yards away from the canoe. He says he sat there and stared at it for a good 2 minutes, wondering if it was an animal by the way that it was remaining in place, rather than drifting with the small waves of the canoe. Then, he said this thing bobbed up a little bit more, and it looked like the crown of a head emerging. I asked if it was a dead body, and he said wait, because he thought that too, and rowing closer, it did look more and more like a woman's head. Each wave gave more certainty to this as it tousled the hair, revealing visible facial features down to the bridge of the nose. It's pale, and the skin is leathery from being in the water. This turns his stomach into knots, but almost in shock and denial at what he's seeing, my grandfather takes his oar and gently taps it, and its fucking eyes opened. Not only do the eyes open, it shoots back down into the lake under his canoe. Terrified beyond belief, he almost falls out of the canoe while jolting back and loses the oar. But you better believe he used the other remaining oar like he was part of a one-man crew team. Crossing the lake so fast, he crushes the canoe on the rock edge and abandons it to climb out, completely negating the grass slope that he used to get in, which was too far in the other direction on the lake. Lost his pole and the 3 fish he caught as well. After he climbed to the rock ledge, he turned back and looked out. It was once again still and quiet. This scared him more because he didn't know if what he saw also exited the lake when he did. Was it amphibious? What was it? It was scary, and none of these questions or answers were things that my grandfather really wanted to discover alone in the dark. So he ran, and he left the family heirloom that was going to be passed down to me to sink into the depths of Lake Michigan. My great-grandma also accused him of doing drugs and kicked him out of the house when he had to explain the canoe. He ended up being homeless for about 3 years. And that's when he said he experienced something worse. This was after being homeless for 2 years, he says. He set up camp in some woods just outside my great-grandparents' house. He was laying in his tent, not sleeping, just laying. Suddenly he hears some rustling outside of his tent. So he hops up. He grabs his hatchet, and just as he's about to unzip the tent, he hears movement inside the tent. He whips himself around, and there's a face. Not a person, just a face. He says it's essentially coming through the back of his tent, but not just the imprint of a face, the actual face. He's initially so shocked that he doesn't even swing the hatchet. Instead, he observes what he's seeing the best he can, and he tries to reason with himself. The wet hair covering the face, the pale leathered skin. It was the face from the lake. Before he can recall the hatchet, the face makes an immediate dash for my grandfather. He finds himself thrown back slightly, not feeling pain but coldness and fear. He sees no face around him any longer, but he closes his eyes and swings the hatchet wildly now. By the end of all that, he had nothing more to show for it than a few giant holes in his tent. I asked him, "Were you dreaming?" And I'm told again, "Wait." He tells me that it wasn't a dream, that after that he couldn't even sleep. But after a while, he got restless and went outside the tent to check around. Toward the back of the tent, the dirt was no longer dirt. It was mud, as if water or something wet had just been there. Shortly afterwards, He heard the sound of something large plopping in the water. But when he looked at the lake, it looked like glass. No ripples, no movement. This kick-started my grandfather's plan to not live in the woods anymore. And he told me quite frankly, it made him pretty sure he didn't want to live anywhere near Lake Michigan. This happened several years ago when my family first moved to Oregon. I was 13 at the time, so too young to really do any work and not enough chores to give me the money I needed for video games. And that's when I decided to canvass the neighborhood, see if anybody needed yard work, gardening, stuff like that. And that's when I met Lorna. Lorna was an old woman who lived across the street. She was really old and really nice. She had a sweet garden, but couldn't really take care of it herself, so I was the perfect friend for her. The routine was always the same. I'd get home from school, she'd be sitting on her porch, and I would water her flowers. On the weekends, I'd mow her lawn. I remember it was just a normal Saturday, and I had to go to Lorna's house to do her lawn. I went over there and I knocked on the door. Nobody answered. Sometimes she was in the backyard, so I decided to go there. And I saw her gardening in the back. It was just her side profile. But either way, I was sort of surprised. I'd never seen her actually gardening or getting down low like that. I didn't think she could. "Hey, Lorna, don't get carried away there or you won't need me anymore," I said jokingly. But she didn't say anything. I thought maybe she couldn't hear me, so I got closer. As I did, she turned her head to look at me. It was Lorna, but she just looked different. She wasn't smiling. She didn't look happy. Her eyes, they just sort of looked empty. For an unexplained reason, I just felt uncomfortable. So I asked her if she needed my help. She just shook her head no, turned away from me, and kept gardening. Confused, I just sort of walked home. But as I got to the sidewalk to cross the street, I heard a familiar voice. It was Lorna. She was sitting on her porch. I noticed that she wasn't wearing whatever she was just wearing before. So I asked her, "Did you change your clothes?" I remember her saying something like that was a silly question. Why would I ask that? I told her, I said, "I just saw you in the backyard." She looked really confused. I told her I saw someone that looked like you in the backyard. This did not help her confusion. "You don't have, like, another gardener or something, do you?" I was asking this seriously, but she laughed, telling me of course not, that I'm the only gardener that she'd ever hire. And then she asked if I was going to mow the lawn. I was super confused. Hadn't we just had this discussion? What was going on? I truly had no idea, but I just agreed, "Yeah, I'll mow your lawn." And so I did. I know it's not exactly paranormal, but it's always stuck with me as the strangest thing I've ever experienced. And it just feels like there's something more there. Something I'm missing. I don't know. What do you think? So my new house, I just moved in about 5 years ago. It always gives me creepy vibes. I always feel like I'm being watched and stuff like that. One day when I got home from band camp, I was home alone, and my fire alarms were going off. I look all around the house for smoke. It was coming from my basement. So I went downstairs, opened the door, and there it was. A man, at least 6 foot tall, pouring gasoline on top of a fire. I remember I ran at him, trying to stop him. But then, sharp claws came out of his hands, and he scratched my leg, stopping me from getting up. Then all of a sudden, everything disappeared besides some smoke. I was freaked out. I climbed up the stairs, locked the basement door and the garage door, and then I crawled 2 more flights of stairs to get into my room. I hid there until someone got home. And if anyone wants to see, the mark is still there. I've shared a few of my stories here, but ever since I was younger, I've been seeing things that I can't really explain. I was 4 years old when I saw what I thought or felt was my friend from school. She was outside my house, near my favorite tree. I walked out and I was standing there, trying to get her attention to see why she was here, but I couldn't get anything from her. The crazy thing is, at that time, when I was 4, I was living in a completely different house. I didn't move into that house that I saw her at with my favorite tree until a year later. When we moved into that house, I was always looking at that tree. I was so confused at how I thought I'd already been at that house when I didn't even know that it existed at that time. When I started at school, I met this girl who became my friend, my best friend. We were playing in my backyard and she went near that tree and I saw it. It was her. It was her that I'd seen in my vision. I didn't tell anyone about it, and I still get a little scared talking about it sometimes. That story was based around 2004 to mid-2006. Now, I'm 20. I live in a different house, and I found out that I was a medium about 2 weeks ago. My sister is a green witch, and we didn't know if I was a witch or a medium. But she asked her crystal, and it said, yes, I am a medium. It said I have a best friend who's an angel, and the spirits talk to her about me all the time. I also learned from them that a big thing for new mediums out there is you really want to research it. Trust me, so do I. But remember, you need to learn and teach yourself to let the spirits help you. They will trust you more and you'll get better at it. Whereas if you research about it, they'll tend to shut you out, not trust you if they feel like you're trying to learn things too fast, or if you're simply learning things that aren't true to your experience or theirs. So remember, let the spirits guide you. A little bit of background. I grew up in a little village just outside of Cambridge, UK. My family house is not that old, mid-60s, and built on old water meadows. The house itself is a bungalow, so all of the rooms are on one floor. The living rooms, lounge, kitchen, etc., to one side, and bedrooms and bathrooms to the other. The house is next door to the local church, which is a very old foundation of Saxon. The main building of the church was built during the 13th and 15th century. On to what I've experienced in my family house. I would say most of my experiences that I remember were from 15 to 19, when I left for university. I'll highlight some of the more memorable ones, but it was pretty consistent. Things such as doors opening, hearing your name in the breeze. Even now, there seems to be at times a breeze through the house, even if all of the doors and windows are shut. One of the most memorable moments, I had just moved bedrooms, from the one that I shared with my brother to the smaller bedroom my sister had just vacated. I was quite happy, as I was 15 and actually had my own room and my own TV. It was 94, and it meant that I didn't have to watch songs of praise. The room itself was 13 square feet, I think, with one window overlooking the back garden. My sister had always said, in that room, she'd be woken up in the middle of the night by someone banging really hard on the external wall. I ignored it, Being the younger brother, I thought she was just going over the top. Though we always felt someone looking at us from the dark of the garden at night. I get myself settled in the room. A week or two passes and nothing happens. It's late August. It's warm. I have the window open. I wake up and I think it's about 3 a.m. The house is quiet and dark. I hear the sound of something hitting a rock or ice. A chipping noise from the garden. I'm very awake by this point. This goes on for a while. I thought I heard some talking, faintly. Next moment, bang, bang, bang. Right on the wall behind my head, the external wall. Felt like someone wanted to smash in. Panicked, hammering of the wall. This happened for a minute. Could have been longer. Felt like an eternity. Then silence. Nothing. Could not explain it. Heart pounding. I couldn't sleep that night, or the other times it happened. It happened about a dozen times, but it was not the most vivid thing that happened in that room. I think the most vivid thing that happened, only once from what I remember, was when I was about 17. I had gotten into the habit of leaving the radio playing in the background while I slept. I still sleep better with background noise. I woke up in the middle of the night. The house was quiet, apart from the radio playing Hyper Ballad by Bjork. And I felt a massive weight on my chest. I could only move my arms. I slowly moved them towards my chest to see if I can remove the invisible weight. Inch by inch, my arms seemed to struggle. At the time, I was playing rugby a lot. I was fit and strong. It shouldn't have been that hard. When I managed to get my arms together, the weight disappeared suddenly. I then look at the door. It opens a crack, and I can picture it now. A lady's hand slowly comes in. Very strange. It's pale, almost translucent. I can see the end of what she's wearing. It's an embroidered lace with flowers, Victorian looking. As bizarre as it sounds, they reach for the light switch. It's a dimmer, so it just turns it slightly and moves away again. Nothing else. Just saying it was there. Don't sleep much that night either. I grew up in southern Pennsylvania, not far from Gettysburg. When I was 8 years old, my parents decided to build a house on vacant property. It was surrounded by fields and it was beautiful. I lived with both of my parents and my two older brothers who were 15 and 17 at the time. Though I grew up in the area, we only stayed in the house for 4 years. My first night was not what I expected it to be. I laid in my bed, and I had just closed my eyes. Then I heard a voice that sounded like a soft whisper, about 6 inches from my face, saying, "Help." Over and over, just repeating the same word, until I fell asleep. I tried my best to forget about it, because I thought there's no way the house could be haunted. It was brand new. About a month goes by, and I'm sitting on my bed, doing what I used to love doing most, which was read. I glanced up and I looked at my doorway because I saw something out of the corner of my eye. At that moment, I'd officially seen a full-body apparition of what appeared to be a soldier from the 1800s. But he didn't see me. He was just walking by my room, very slowly. I still remember every detail of his appearance 20 years later. He was covered in blood and looked like he'd been shot or stabbed. This lasted for about 5 seconds. Still being creeped out, my curiosity got the best of me, and I walked out of my room and I searched all over the house but I found nothing unusual. About a week or two goes by. I'm in my bed trying to fall asleep again, only to be disturbed before I even get the chance to close my eyes. I'm disturbed by this voice. It was very deep and masculine. I couldn't understand a word it was saying because it was speaking in a different language. It sounded annoyed and angry. It happened every night at the exact same time for 2 weeks before it suddenly stopped. After that, I had a night terror. I'm absolutely terrified of spiders. I'd woken up in the middle of the night. I could see what looked like a tarantula crawling on me in bed. I swear it was there. I definitely saw it. I was panicking. My dad came into the room to check on me and found that everything was okay. Before I could fall asleep, I heard what sounded like 2 men laughing right next to my bed. At this point, I was getting used to fucked up shit happening. One summer, I stayed up late every night so I could watch Hannah Montana at midnight. One night, when the clock struck midnight, I heard my back door downstairs open. Then I heard a woman say my name as if she were calling for me. I'd heard the door shut, followed by footsteps. Then there would be silence. It happened every night for almost 2 months. It never failed. It didn't even bother me at that point. I knew it wasn't my mother because she worked 12-hour night shifts at the hospital almost every night. There were no other females around. But one night, it stopped altogether. One night I was up at midnight and nobody called my name. I went to sleep and everything felt peaceful. I woke up to the sound of someone knocking on my bedroom door. I looked at the clock on my cable box. It was 3 a.m. I assumed it was one of my brothers. I told them to go away. But then the doorknob started turning, but it wouldn't open because the door was locked. I have always slept with my bedroom door open, always. And I definitely wasn't the one who locked it. The knocking and doorknob rattling went on for what felt like forever, then it stopped. A few minutes later, I hear what sounds like scratching at the door. I think to myself, the fuck? Is that my cat? But then, the knocking, scratching, and turning of the handle started happening at the exact same time. No way in hell my cat could do all 3 at once, let alone the knocking and turning my doorknob. It would happen for about 30 seconds, and then it would stop. It happened at least 5 times. Sometimes the knocking would be so hard, it sounded like pounding. My whole door was shaking. Whatever was on the other side of that door really wanted to come in. It got so bad, it woke my dad up. He heard all of the commotion, and as soon as he opened his bedroom door, it all stopped instantly. He called out to me, but I was too afraid to say anything. He went back into his room and closed the door. But the same scenario repeated itself 3 more times. My dad made me sleep in his room. We never spoke about it, ever. Things seemed to be fine for a while. Then whatever was in my house struck again. My brother had got up to go to the bathroom. He turned the hallway light on, noticed that my bedroom door was closed as it was across the hall from the bathroom. He comes out of the bathroom, and the hallway light is off, and my bedroom door is wide open. He looked inside my room, and he saw me still sleeping. Everyone else in the house was still sleeping. He woke up my dad and my brother, told them what happened, and they searched the house for a possible intruder, but found nothing. More months go by, and we're all awoken by the smoke detector going off in the middle of the night. We all went downstairs in a panic, just to find out that our stove was on, full blast. Big-ass flame on top of the stove, in the middle of the night. What the fuck? One day, it was just my father and I. My mom was at work as usual. My oldest brother was at work, and my other brother was at baseball practice. I'm downstairs, but I hear what sounded like somebody running upstairs. Forgetting that both of my brothers aren't home, I go up the stairs, and I see someone run into my brother's room and slam the door. It was loud. I thought for sure it was my brother, and I wanted to go in there and see what was up and ask why he was running around like that. I opened the door, and nobody was there. I watched the door close right in front of me. I felt sick to my stomach just standing there, realizing the only person that was home with me was my father, who was in the shower. I continued to see weird shit all of the time. One day in the middle of the day, I saw my German Shepherd run upstairs, full blast, as if she were chasing something. But I didn't see what she was chasing. Whatever it was went under the bed, and she was viciously growling at it. I thought it was my cat, until I saw him sitting on top of the bed, and appeared to be sleeping until we bursted in. One night, my cousin was spending the night. We were walking through the living room when she saw the reflection of another person on the glass of our bookcase. Another time, we were in my backyard, and she told me that she saw somebody looking at us through the window on a few occasions, and it definitely wasn't anybody we knew. I remember one day walking down the basement stairs. When I got to the bottom of the stairs, I saw what looked like another apparition. Except this apparition looked exactly like my oldest brother, but it also didn't look human. It was almost white and blue, and his eyes were pure black. When he saw me, his eyes got really big, and he looked terrified. He ran away and went into the crawl space. I ran my ass upstairs to find out my brother wasn't even home. I never went back down there after that. A few months later, I was with the same brother, and we were in the living room watching George Lopez late at night. I'm into the show, but he muted the TV. He looked at me and said, "Did you hear that?" I told him no, I didn't hear anything. We sat still for a minute, and then I heard it. Together, we both heard footsteps coming up the basement stairs. My brother grabbed a baseball bat, and we went to the basement to investigate, but to no avail. The rest of our family was sleeping upstairs. The next night, my mom was up late, sitting at the dining room table doing whatever it was that she was doing. Around 3 a.m., the shelf on the dining room wall flew off the wall and put a hole in the wall adjacent to it. We looked at the nails in the wall that held up the shelf, and they were still perfectly straight. We moved out of that house when I was 12. I still experience paranormal things, but not anything comes close to what we dealt with in that house. I believe there were a lot of spirits there, and I'd love to know about what happened there previously to create so much activity. We were a regular church-going family, so I'm sure if there was anything demonic there, that just pissed it off even more. What do you think it could have been? Ghost, demon, poltergeist, all of the above? This happened to me about 11 years ago, when walking home from a friend's house at night. I'll get straight to it. I used to live in a rural part of the UK, and I've lived in rural areas most of my life, so I was used to long walks, occasionally at night, especially before I could drive. They never bothered me too much. I'd get creeped out occasionally, but this one night was the most terrifying experience I ever had. There was this one friend who used to live roughly 3 miles away from my house. He had cool parents, and my other friends and I would often go over to his house, play video games, and hang out. Occasionally, this meant walking home at night, if I stayed late. There were 2 ways back from his house: the roadway, which was about 5 miles long, and took about 30 to 45 minutes. The roads were very quiet and eerie sometimes, but they were lit by street lamps, so it never bothered me walking this way. The other way was a shortcut through some woods, which took about 2 miles, and the wooded bit was about a mile or so long. I often favored the wooded shortcut, and have probably walked it over 100 times. The woods were dark, however, combined with the lack of ambient light due to living in a rural area, and you had absolute abyssal darkness. Luckily, most of the time I had my phone light to walk with, but sometimes my phone would die, or the battery would be so low the flash wouldn't work, and I'd have to use my screen light. As you've probably guessed by now, this was one of those occasions. I remember my friends and I had just finished watching a film. It was nearing 10 p.m., so we all left my friend's house and headed our separate ways home. I contemplated briefly which way I should go and decided to take the shortcut through the woods. I started walking from his house toward the path that headed into the woods. The streetlights dimmed as I entered the fields before the woods. I glanced at my phone and saw my battery was really low. Only enough power left for a couple minutes of flash, and then I'd have to use my screen for light. That wouldn't last the whole way either. As I saw the tree line approaching, I switched on the flash and followed the well-trodden path into the dark. To my dismay, my light died within seconds of entering, and I flipped my phone over to try and shine my way using the screen. As I walked, I looked out for all the familiar landmarks that I was used to seeing to ensure I was heading in the right direction. Funky tree stump, check. Half-fallen fir tree, check. Enormous puddle I had to jump over, check. All was going well. I was halfway through the woods when my phone completely died. I remember the moment it happened. I was engulfed in darkness. I'm not sure if you've experienced this level of darkness before, but it was so dark. I couldn't even see the outline of my hand, centimeters in front of my face. Naturally, my pace slowed considerably, and I started holding my hand out in front of me to make sure I wasn't going to walk into a tree or something. I continued walking for another minute or so, until all of a sudden, a pungent smell hit me. Cigarette smoke. I glanced around, but I couldn't see anything. Then I heard it. A cough. I wasn't alone. Thoughts raced through my head. Who would be out in the woods in the dark? Are they following me? Am I lost? I quickened my pace again, throwing a little caution to the wind. I carried on walking and tripped slightly on a branch. As I regained my balance, I heard another sound. Branches breaking underfoot. What sounded like right behind me. The snapping turned into fast footsteps that grew louder and louder. I started sprinting. I felt the well-trodden path turn to brush. I felt branches, logs, and plants hitting my legs. It wasn't long before I fell hard. I was lying on the floor, holding my knee. I could still hear branches snapping around me, and a voice muttering something. I didn't dare move. Then all of a sudden, they turned on a torch. I couldn't see anything except for the beam of light, which seemed to be eaten quickly by the darkness of the forest. I lay motionless on the ground as the beam swept through the trees. I could still hear the person mumbling, a deep growl. The crunching of footfalls grew and grew. They were only several feet from me by this point. I couldn't breathe. The light went out. The snapping of branches grew, and then nothing. Quiet. eyes were wide open, but I couldn't see anything. Then I could hear wheezing right above me. I wanted to cry. I wasn't sure if the person could see me or not. They could have been staring right at me, and I wouldn't know. This carried on for about 5 minutes, until the crunching of leaves and snapping of twigs started up again and got fainter and fainter as they moved away from me. I remained laying down for another 5-10 minutes, contemplating my escape. Like an idiot, I'd ran off the path, and I wasn't sure which way was back to it or which way was home. I didn't really care, I thought. I'm just going to walk in one direction until I leave the woods, and I'll just get home from there. I knew as soon as I started moving again, if the person was still in the woods, they would hear me. Should I run or try to sneak out? I opted for the latter. I slowly rose to my feet, listening constantly to my surroundings, picked a direction and started walking. I wasn't perfectly quiet, but quiet enough to be sure I wouldn't be heard from too far away. I kept hearing snapping sounds and rustling in the distance, and every time I froze, I'd hold my breath until I was sure no one was there, and then I'd start walking again. I repeated this pattern for what felt like an eternity, until eventually I found the path. I screamed for joy in my mind and sped up my pace. After another 10 minutes, I saw it. Light. Street lights filtering through the trees. I'd never been so happy to see a meager street lamp. But as I progressed to the end of the woods, my heart sank. At the end of the path was a black silhouette. Unmoving, contrasted against the light background, was the dark figure of a man. What should I do? Maybe it's a different person. Perhaps it's someone walking their dog. I froze and watched them silently, but they didn't move at all. They just stood there, like they were guarding the entrance to the woods. I didn't know what to do. By this point, I'd had enough. I was so close to getting out. I decided to just run straight toward the exit, straight towards them. I was a 6'5" young man. If they wanted to stop me, they'd have a hard job of it, I thought. So that's what I did. I started sprinting. The figure grew and grew as I reached them. I stepped to the side. I heard someone growl loudly, and I felt something clip the back of my head and tug the back of my jacket. I cleared the sheep gate in one leap and sprinted into the light. I eventually stopped running when I could see the first house, and I looked back. The entrance to the woods was quite far away now, and I couldn't see anyone standing by the entrance. Relaxing a bit more now, I finished my walk home. That's pretty much it. I know I could have overreacted. It could have been someone out for a walk in the woods, a dog walker, a camper. But what I thought was strange was that they didn't use their torch, except briefly on one occasion. Once they heard me, they also actively seeked me out. Who knows what would have happened if they caught me? In any case, I never walked that way home alone again. Not at night, anyway. Yesterday, I was in the bathtub at my boyfriend's house. Usually, I'll listen to a podcast or music, but last night, I just wanted to sit in silence. At some point, my boyfriend walks in with a peaceful look on his face. He asks, "You singing, honey?" I sing a lot in the shower and around the house, but I definitely was not singing. I told him this, and we both got creeped out. I asked if any of the windows were open, like maybe someone was singing outside. All the windows were shut, and the loud AC units were running. Also, it was really late, so the idea of someone singing out in the night was eerie in itself. He said the singing he heard was so clear that he could still remember the melody. He hummed it and asked me again, "You sure you weren't singing that? Maybe quietly?" The melody was not one that I recognized, and no, I definitely was not singing. What do you guys think? Ghost? Everything I'm about to tell you happened in the summer of 2020. I believe it was a Saturday. My dad and I were headed to my cousin's graduation party. My dad told me that there was this neat old house, now a museum, with some spooky history behind it on the way. We both love those kinds of things, so I agreed to stop and visit. Once we got there, it was a little less than we expected. Everything was locked up, so we couldn't get a good look inside. The story behind the house, now known as Hex Hollow, goes like this. There was a local man by the name of Nelson Riemeyer, a powwow doctor, who was suspected of being a witch. One late night in November of 1928, 2 men broke into his house and beat him to death. They attempted to burn his body, but it did not burn. To this day, there's still burn marks around where the body was, on the floorboards of that house. Anyways, after a while of going around, taking pictures, and looking around, I thought it might be funny if I jiggled the handle to the front door of the house. Oh, was I so wrong about that. I truly believe I made whatever or whoever was in that house very, very angry. That night when I got home, a really odd feeling came over me. A feeling as if I was being watched. I kept thinking about earlier in the day, at the graduation, my cousin's baby stared at me with complete terror. Along with all of that, out of the corner of my eyes, I started seeing these dark figures dart across the room. I was completely terrified, and I could barely get any sleep at all. I'm unsure how to describe what I saw in my dreams that night, but I'll try my best. There was an array of black and white images that replayed over and over in my head. I would wake up terrified and in tears, fall back asleep, and have the same images repeat themselves. I don't exactly remember what those images were. The only thing that stood out to me is that they were in black and white. The next morning, I still had this overwhelming feeling that someone was watching me. I had no idea what to do other than to go and explain it to my parents. We're a pretty religious family, so we decided to pray, and as soon as we did that, the overwhelming feeling stopped. Although I'm still unsure about some of the things that happened to me that night, I'm fairly certain of 2 things. 1, that Mr. Riemeyer, or some entity, had attached himself to me for a short period of time. And 2, that I will never mess with something that is not mine, especially if it's from the deceased. My mom grew up in Huntington, New York, in a haunted house. It was normal for her to hear people running in circles at night, and apparently, they'd even see footprints in the carpet in the morning. One story my mom told me was about how when she was little, she was playing in the backyard and found a wooden nail. She didn't think much of it, so she threw it over the fence and went on with her day. When my mom woke up the next morning, the same wooden nail she threw over the fence was on her nightstand. This one is an old one. It happened early on in my career, and it's one of those events that makes you change how you deal with travel or deal with new people. I was going to travel to San Diego for Comic-Con. We had a client that had us build some things for them. I had never been to San Diego or to Comic-Con, though it was a bucket list event. I was also going alone, and I hadn't traveled for work up to that point. The flight was delayed because of rain, and I had to wait. While I waited, the travel agent called me to tell me that there was a problem with the hotel that I'd been staying at in San Diego. They said that they needed to book me into a different hotel, which was going to be hard given that it was Comic-Con week. They said that they would have it sorted out by the time I landed, and that they would text me the info, so I had it. I finally boarded the flight and we took off. Man, that flight was terrible. The bad weather made for a crazy ride, and I'm not a great flyer when the weather stinks. Needless to say, it didn't start off great from the jump. We landed, and when I turned my phone on, there was a text from the agent, which gave me the name and confirmation code for the new hotel that I'd be staying at. Hotel del Coronado. Anyone that knows the Coronado knows that it's a big deal. For the ghost hunters, this place is awesome, but as a hotel, this place is beautiful and right on the ocean, so yay to me. Downfall meant that more travel and taxis because it was a ways away from the convention center. So I took a taxi to the hotel, and when I got there, it was pretty busy. Lots of people were trying to check in, so I got my stuff and got in line. As I was standing there, an old man that was in front of me turned and smiled at me, saying it was always busy at this time of the year. I agreed to say that I can imagine. He took this as a cue to strike up a conversation and asks me what brought me here. I told him that I got moved to this hotel after mine had an issue, and that I was here for a convention. He smiled, and I asked him what he was here for. He said that he's been coming here for years with his wife. I looked around for his wife just as the line cleared and he moved forward. He was next, and that seemed to end the conversation, and he started to check in. I kept waiting for his wife to walk up, but he finished, turned to me, and wished me a good stay. I smiled and said the same to him. I checked in and I went to my room, which turned out to be down the hall from the old man I met in the lobby. The next day, I went to the show, and it was pretty late when I got back. I went down to the bar and saw the old man. I sat down at the bar and asked if I could order food. They said I could, but I needed to sit over at the tables. It became pretty normal to see the old man from that point on, somewhere in the hotel. 2 days later, I came back from the show early enough to go to the outdoor seating area, and I got a nice view of the ocean. As I was getting seated, I noticed the old man across from me, and still no wife. I was beginning to think that she didn't exist. I sat there looking at the menu, but I kept glancing at the old man, and I started to think about the idea of ending up like him. But then I thought, it looks like he was looking for someone. And I thought, well, maybe she was around here somewhere. After a moment, he looked my way and smiled. He then got up and came over, asking if he could sit with me a moment. Not wanting to be rude, I said sure. As he sat down, I asked where the wife was, and he said, I'm sure she's around. He introduced himself as James and asked if I was eating alone. I said yes, and he asked if he could remain sitting with me. We sat and we talked about life and what I did. He said that they had been coming here for a long time, that this was their honeymoon. And all I kept thinking was, where was his wife? I couldn't bring myself to ask him again, but it nagged at me. Then, after about an hour, he glanced over toward the water and said that it was time to go, with a smile. I said okay and thanked him for the company, and he walked back toward the hotel. I finished my meal and went back to my room. Next day, I went to the show and came back in the afternoon. As I got out of the taxi, I noticed an ambulance in front of the hotel. As I walked in, I had to hang in the lobby as they finished up. I asked a bellboy what happened, and he said that he thinks that someone died. I remember getting a cold chill. Finally, I was able to move enough to get to the elevator. As I entered my floor, I noticed that there was some commotion down the hall towards James's room. As I got closer, I noticed a police officer talking to an employee, and then they pointed towards me. I freaked a little as the officer walked my way. He approached me and told me that he wanted to talk to me and that he had some questions. He explained that the old man down the hall had passed away and that the employee said I knew him. I explained that I had met him recently and better at dinner last night. He asked me how he was feeling, and I said everything seemed fine. I asked about his wife, and he looked at me puzzled, and then down at his pad. He said that he was unaware of a wife, and he motioned for an employee. He asked the employee, and they said that he didn't check in with anyone, and he radioed down to the front desk. Someone then came up and said that James had a standalone reservation in that room every year for the last 25 years, and that his wife had died 4 years ago, but not there. I was shocked. He didn't talk about her as if she had passed. The officer thanked me, and I asked if he passed peacefully. He said that he had passed in his sleep, and that it was nothing but peaceful. The officer walked away, and I went back into my room. Later, I went to dinner. I couldn't help but look around for him. I know, weird, right? After dinner, I went to one of the bars by the water. I got a drink and I sat looking out at the water. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed a couple walking down the beach. I'm not sure why I looked up because there were a lot of people on the beach and they were pretty far away, but they were close enough to see who they were. I smiled. I raised my glass towards them, and I went back to watching the water. The next day, I flew home, and after a day or so, it passed from my mind. A few years later, I went back to the Coronado, and that's when I remembered James and his wife. My team and I checked in and later went to dinner. I raised a toast to James and his wife, which I had to explain the story to the team. I haven't had the opportunity to go back in a long time, but I'm sure that they are still there, walking the beach and enjoying the eternal honeymoon. This is short, but it's all I've got. Before owning a house in the area, my family rented a cabin in Lake Chelan, Washington, summer of 2000. I was 9 at the time and super excited for this trip. The first day, and for most of the day, we'd been swimming in the lake. It made for a very exhausted me by the time bedtime approached. I remember taking a shower, and then I plopped down on the couch, started a movie, and that's the last thing I remember. Then, I'm awake. I'm awake, and my entire bed is shaking. Nothing else seems to be shaking, but the bed is clearly moving, rather rapidly. Surely my family can hear this, and they'll run in at any moment, I think to myself. But no one ever does. I'm terrified when I realize that I can't hear anything for a minute. I start to talk out loud, and I can't hear myself. I try screaming, but still I hear nothing. Suddenly, the shaking stops, and the lights turn on, and my hearing comes back. I'm sitting there, too scared to move, when I hear what sounds like laughing coming from under my bed. At that moment, I think, oh my God, it's Katie. That's my older sister. And in almost a moment of relief, I quickly lean off the side of the bed and I look underneath. No sister. No, nothing. I booked it out of that room, and I went back down to the couch where I believe my night started. I turn on all the lights, and I put on some cartoon VHS that we had, eventually falling back asleep. I wake up in the morning to my dad making breakfast. He looks over at me and says something like, "How did I end up back on the couch?" That made me think about the night before, realizing there's no way it was a dream. I didn't tell anyone about the experience. I think I was afraid of getting into trouble or something. I knew that it sounded like a lie or a bad dream, but I also knew that it wasn't either of those things. It was 100% real, and for the rest of the trip, I slept on the couch. About 8 years later, when my parents were looking to buy a house out there, I did give my humble opinion that it shouldn't be anywhere near the house that we stayed at the first time that we went there. And lucky for me, they listened. Where I'm from, there's railroad tracks that separate the reservation from the surrounding cities. And it's a pretty popular railroad. Trains roll through on a super regular basis, and there's a lot of emphasis to stay off the tracks and anything surrounding the tracks. But naturally, people don't listen. And my family's house sits right above those tracks. So I've had my fair share of close calls. Well, when I was 19, it was my first year living away from home, but that summer I decided to go home for a visit. While there, I heard from everyone that there was an accident on the tracks. It took place a few weeks earlier. A few kids, young teens really, were playing the game of waiting until the last minute to jump off the tracks. One of those few didn't make it on time, and he was killed. My mom told me that when the accident happened, she could actually hear the group of kids screaming. She wasn't the first to call 911. Just one of many. When someone dies on the tracks or there's an accident on the tracks, they actually have to reroute several trains and close down the tracks for an inexplicable amount of time. My mom tells me that when she was standing on our deck late after the accident, she heard the train. She was confused because the tracks weren't open yet. So she tried to stare in either direction of the tracks to see where it was coming from. She didn't see any lights. She saw no train. But as she stood there a moment, she said she saw something glowing down below on the tracks. She tells me that as she focused on the light, she realized it was the silhouette of a boy. I asked her if it looked like the boy who'd been killed. She told me that she didn't know what the boy looked like, but that she was sure it was a young man. I didn't question this. It may seem strange to some, but my mom's seen spirits my whole life. She's always telling me not to be afraid of spirits. And for the most part, I've always felt that way. Not afraid. But seeing something. Actually seeing something. I wasn't scared per se. I was frozen. On the second night that I was home, I decided to take a walk along the tracks. Not on them, but on the man-made path that runs along the side where our houses sit. My plan was to smoke a joint, but I didn't get that far. As soon as I made it to the path where I could physically see the tracks, before I could light the joint, I saw a flash of light to my right, on the tracks. Then I just remember standing there, frozen, staring at the glowing silhouette of a young man. I didn't move, but he did. His head was moving from side to side. His mouth was moving, but I didn't hear anything, and I didn't get closer. Right when I felt like I could move, I did. I turned around and I started to run back up the hill. Midway, I stopped because I started to feel guilty. Like a genuine pit in my stomach, not grounded in fear, but guilt. I turned around and I could still see the light. I walked back down the hill and I walked towards the boy's silhouette. He faces me and I can see that his eyes meet mine. I don't see the detail or the color in his eyes, but I can feel that we're making eye contact. Something told me to close my eyes. The moment I did, I saw a name appear in my mind's eye. Riley. And as I said it out loud, I could see the light go away. My eyes were closed at the time, but I could see the change in light. So I opened them. I was now alone. I looked around for the light, but it wasn't there. I said aloud again, "Riley?" But there was nothing. I found a tree trunk that was laying horizontally, and I sat there for a while, waiting for him to come back. It didn't happen, so I eventually went back inside and fell asleep. That night I had a dream that I was sitting on the same tree trunk, but Riley was sitting next to me. We were smoking that joint, and he told me he wasn't even supposed to go to the tracks that day. He had plans with his dad who had to cancel last minute. I remember trying to comfort him and also saying, "So this shouldn't have happened to you?" He looked at me and he smiled and he said, "No, it should. I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be." And then I woke up. Just to be sure I was truly dreaming, I checked the joint, and sure enough, it was still a full joint. But what about the rest? That definitely happened. My shoes still had mud on them. Over breakfast, I asked my mom, "So you don't know what the kid looked like, right? The one that died on the tracks. But do you know his name?" She tells me that again, she didn't know the boy, but that the family had put a memorial on the side of the tracks, down a ways where he was actually hit. She told me that her and my father went to lay some roses from their garden, and she said that the cross had a name carved in. Riley. I just want to say that by sharing this story, I'm not looking for judgment. I'm simply sharing the scariest thing that's ever happened to me. When I was 7 years old, my brothers were 3 and just a few months old. From what I remember, our parents were still together at this time, but our dad wasn't with us on this particular day, and not on this particular drive either. I know there was no discussion about where we were going. It wasn't a planned trip. I just remember my brother and I eating sandwiches at the kitchen table one moment, and the next moment, my mom told us to get in the car. She was holding my youngest brother as she walked out the door, and me and my other brother followed. I watched as she put my baby brother in his car seat. After, the rest of us piled into the car. I remember looking over at my brothers. My youngest, he wasn't even buckled into his car seat, and none of us had seatbelts on. I grabbed the lap belt and I put it on my younger brother, and I told him to try to buckle the car seat for the baby. When our mom got back into the car, she asked us if we were ready to take a drive. When I asked where we were going, she just kept talking but not answering me, saying stuff about a fair and cotton candy. My younger brother knew those words very well. We went to the fair not that long before this. I remembered. I asked, where was this fair? I thought the fair was over. Again, she didn't say anything in response, just kept talking. We'd made our way towards the waterfront, and as we were at the top of a big hill that takes you there, my mom said something like, "Whee!" and threw her hands up over the steering wheel. At first, We all laughed and said, "Wee!" too. But she didn't slow down. We started getting to the bottom of the hill, and she kept going. The thing is, there's a stoplight at the bottom of the hill, and you can only go left or right. Going straight would just put you in the center of a pole and on your way to the water. I didn't know whether to laugh or scream as I saw this happening. I screamed. That unleashed some chaos in the car. As soon as I started screaming, my younger brother followed, and then my mom sort of sat in silence, but didn't slow down. I hear the sound of other car horns. Suddenly, the car comes to a screeching halt. By this time, I'd closed my eyes, but I could hear my mom crying hysterically. My baby brother was too, and my younger brother was silent now. Since my eyes were closed, I didn't really know what happened. I just knew that we weren't moving anymore. I heard the door open, and when I opened my eyes, I saw my mom get out of the car, walking through traffic and just onward toward the water. I saw cars stopping, people following her. No one was walking over to us, though. I thought about getting out of the car, but I think I was in shock. All I could think about was how much I wanted to see my dad. Then I remembered my mom had a cell phone, but I didn't know if she brought it. I unbuckled and climbed to the front of the car. I looked around, felt around, but I couldn't find my mom's purse. As I was about to sit back, I heard 2 or 3 people yelling that there were kids in the car. And just as quickly, I saw and heard police cars, an ambulance. Our doors were being opened from each side of the car, and all I could hear was my baby brother screaming. I held my younger brother's hand, and we stepped out of the car and into the back of an ambulance. We were sitting there, and they wrapped us in blankets, asking us if we were okay. All I could get out was that I wanted my dad. I asked if they could please call my dad. Some EMTs sat with us, and it felt like a million years had passed before we saw the police walking our mom back in our direction. Before we could go run and hug her, though, 2 officers put her in the back of a police car. Seeing this, I started crying, but I realized that I was upsetting my younger brother, so I silenced myself, asking over and over where my dad was and where they were taking my mom. The last thing I remember from that day is seeing my dad's car pull up and the 3 of us getting in his car to drive home. Following this event, there was a period of time where my little brothers and I couldn't see our mom. We were told that she was on a business trip. Then we were told that she was visiting family we'd never met. Being as young as we were, we didn't question any of these details because we didn't even understand what Mom did for a living. Eventually, I learned that my mom had a literal mental breakdown. Concretely, it was more than just a freak out. She had postpartum psychosis. She'd spent months in a psychiatric facility, and eventually, she'd come home, and everything would truly be back to normal. I was like 17 the first time I talked to her about this, and it was still really hard for her to talk about. When I was even older, I found out that my dad wasn't really around much during that time, that he'd had other plans in life, and the timing for his current life wasn't ideal. We've basically discussed the whole ordeal, and I've gotten what I need from her to move on in life. Luckily, I'm the only child that remembers, and of course, I forgive her. But that doesn't change the fact that it's single-handedly the scariest thing I've ever experienced.